You just want some loving this morning, don't you? Yeah. You're like, human, pet me. Hi. Yeah, you're such a good boy. Hello, my critter. I see you. Dubbed out. Ian Jones. Say hi, Ender. Your viewers are watching you. Yes. V Rich, the Guinness. Hello, Timothy. You love being pet, don't you? Yeah. At least when I rub your head. Yeah. You love being scritched. Yes, they do. They rule everything. Especially my little demon. Yeah. He's such a good boy. All he wants is a box to shit in, some food, and some loving. That's all they want. Yeah. He's handsome too. Yeah, he's a good boy. Updates on the Anycubic. I have that new hot end with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle, that Dragon hot end, the red one. I did finally get some cooling fans for it, and just got to finish getting it running. There was another change I wanted to make to that machine. Oh, I got my Wham Bam sheet, so I'll be putting my Wham Bam on there. Sadly, I have to leave the glass on there because it's glued to the aluminum plate. But that's all right. That machine only goes 30 millimeters per second anyway. So that extra weight's not going to hurt nothing. You're such a good boy. But yeah, my Chiron's my workhorse, man. That machine just chugs away and just doesn't stop. Ultimately, the only upgrade it really needs is a hot end replacement, because that's the one weak point of the older Anycubic machines, that their hot ends are kind of janky. But beyond that, Chiron's just a workhorse, man. It just goes. You got hair all over the place, cat. Are you using me to help you groom? Yeah. He's got these long whiskers. Yeah, he's a good boy. You gonna stick your butt in the camera again, cat? There you go. You seem to like sticking your butt in the camera. Hello, red light. Yeah, I saw they had it up on their website. Hi. SPC3D. Hello, Pygar. Hello, Ronald. Almost missed you there. Cool. Cat hair. Lots of cat hair. Yes, you have lots of cat hair, don't you? Yeah. He sees me drink out of the cup, and he goes, "Ooh, what's that?" And he sniffs it and goes, "Ooh, yuck!" Off the keyboard. You know better than that. Come on. You are unusually hairy this morning. Yeah, put up two. I have a very sheltered space, um, right next to the door here, where it's basically surrounded 80% by some kind of structure. Carport, house, tree, car, other tree. So it's a very wind protected space. So I set up two of the freebie easy ups I got from Vince, and we're gonna see how long they can tolerate being set up. You know, just set up in the. Without any Hello, Dewitt. We're gonna see how long they can hold up against the wind and the weather. Now, I don't expect they'll be able to handle snow. So if snow is coming, I'll take down the canopies. But these have walls, so basically I can make them into a little shed. And then I have IBC crates. That's, IBC tote is, well, take the tote out of the crate and you have basically a big giant crate. Well, I also have covers for those crates. So if I have to take down the canopies, as long as everything is in the IBC crates and covered, it'll still be protected from moisture. Because out here, the only thing you have to worry about is sunlight and direct moisture content. General moisture content is a non-issue because it's so dry. You said the S word. What's the S word? Oh, well, here we get it's kind of weird. There really is many different kinds of snow. Snow isn't just snow. So last year we got like none. a few dustings here and there, and that was about it. It was unusual. The year before, we got lots of snow, and I mean lots. Like 5 or 6 times we got 10+ inches of snow, but it's not the same thing. Um, like I got the one time I measured 15 inches. I put the tape measure through it, and it's like 15, 16 inches of snow. I drove the car right out of the driveway. Didn't even shovel. The snow was so light and fluffy. It was just nothing, and in a day and a half, it was gone. And now back in Pennsylvania, back east, 4 inches of snow could shut down the city. But the 4 inches of snow was also that slippery, high density, nasty, pain in the ass to shovel snow. So it's amazing how different the snow is between the two places. But there's no question the the easy up style canopy is not going to hold snow, obviously. I mean, if we're getting less than 5 inches, I would just leave it. Oh yeah, exactly. This is the kind of at the first year I didn't have a leaf blower. I just used a broom, and it just blew it right away. But yeah, now I'll just take the leaf blower. As long as you get it right away. Once it starts to melt, then it starts to get more dense. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, if you've ever had snow, like it might be rare, but if you've ever had a snow where you go outside and it looks like the entire ground is covered in diamonds, like the whole ground is glistening, and you can't make snowballs out of it. It's too dry and loose, and it's like you can just go and the snow blows away. That kind of snow. At least that first year here, that's all the snow we got. Maybe it's a high altitude thing. Maybe it's a Southwest thing. I don't know. I like it because it's very pretty without any of the pain in the ass aspect of getting rid of it. So, hey James. So what I need is sheltered space outside. So I set up these 2 easy ups. They're not easy ups. Easy ups is a brand name, but we call them easy ups. Fold them up style canopies. It's an interesting design. I'm not sure if I like it or not. It's so normally you have the square frame and then you have the pyramid that shapes the canopy. This one has no frame for the canopy. Instead, they reinforce the frame. What are they selling it for? Like, what are they pricing it at? Hopefully under 200. But so it has no frame for the pyramid, but it has a reinforced frame for the square, the box. So normally you have an open box frame. Well, this one has a crisscross for the box, which is good because the box can collapse. Not too bad. A little high though. I was hoping it'd be like 149, but 169 is not bad. The problem with 169 is, why would you buy it over an Ender 3? They gotta learn to segregate their product line. Oh yeah, 189 is about 170, 160 with conversion. Well, there's always us, but you have to look at the general population. But then what it does is it has a center post going up the middle to push up the canopy, and then the canopy, not only does it velcro to the 4 corners, but it also has straps to pull the center of each face taut around the frame. And because the frame has the crisscross, it's strong enough to handle that. So it does make the canopy very tight, which is good. You want a nice tight canopy. That's going to help with wind, and that's going to help with rain. Probably won't help with snow because snow sticks. And so once snow sticks, then snow sticks to snow, and then you start getting weight, and the fabric will actually stretch. But in that case, we just take down the top. 420 denier, so not very thick. And now it's not going to get the greatest review in the world from me, and that's their fault. If they had listed these as consumer pop-ups, they'd probably get 5 stars. I mean, because the bag is beautiful, the structure's not bad. It was pretty easy for me to single-handedly put it up by myself. Not the easiest in the world, but part of that was the tight space. Out in the open, you just literally you climb inside, you put your hand into the center, and you lift. And once all 4 feet come off the ground, it just expands out. So not bad. But the reason it's going to get a lackluster review from me is because they listed it as a commercial tent. And commercial does not equal used by commercial people. Commercial is an indication of a level of quality of construction. No, I haven't opened it up yet. I'm going to let it run for a little while before I tear it open. No point in tearing it open if it ends up being garbage. But so far, so good. No issues so far. I wonder, is it still available for that stupid price? Let's see. I think that's it right there. Wow, it's now $29.99. That's genuinely remarkable to be able to sell one that cheap. We are talking about one of these solar lights. It is plastic construction, which I'm actually fine with. There's nothing wrong with plastic construction. The part that's going to get blasted by the sunlight is glass and photovoltaic panel, so that's fine, and that makes it lighter, so it doesn't pull down so hard. But yeah, anything under these are normally $100 for basic ones, and the nicer ones, you know, are $150 to $200. So to have one of these that's decently bright with a decent sized solar panel, a decent array of LEDs, and it says it's well, that's the only thing I don't like. As I flat plate mount mine, and this doesn't come with a flat plate, and that's annoying. This one you gotta stick a pole in it, so I gotta figure out how to mount it. So right now it uses that style of mount, and I'm used to the one where you have a straight pole and it bolts to the pole. That's the kind of mount I prefer. Because that kind of mount, I can either mount it to a pole or I can flat mount it to a metal wall. And my carport is all metal. So I literally just drill 4 holes in the face of the carport and bolt it right in. But put it this way, this is cheap enough that it's actually justifiable and worth it to consider tearing it apart to scavenge it to make your own structures. So to take the LEDs, the solar panel, and the battery out and use it for something else, it's so damn cheap. Yeah, but then I have to buy something. I don't want to buy anything. So, that's a less than desirable solution for me. Let me show you one I was talking about. Cool. There you go. There's a coupon code, EDU6. You get $10 off. Well, I'm gonna cut right around that ventilated area below the LED array, because that's obviously where the battery is. Exactly. For that price, I mean, just holy shit. It's a really good price. See, this is what we normally see. You know, 159 bucks. Now, this is a really cool one, though. I like this one because it's a little bar light. I haven't set this up yet, but it's a little bar light down here. So, for example, I could put that bar light under the carport or in a shed or under one of the canopies and then stick this solar panel outside. Well, see, I'm used to this kind of mount right here where you get the 2 pieces like that. This one also has a pole because it's a separate unit. It's a separate panel and light unit, which is good when you need to move the panel away. Well, the big thing about LiPos is that they don't degrade per cycle as rapidly as lithium-ion does. So they're a more stable battery chemistry. They're not as efficient. The power density is lower, but that's okay. You just put a bigger battery in it. But like a 15,000 milliamp lithium ion battery is going to be smaller than a 15,000 milliamp lithium iron phosphate battery. But yeah, most of my lights have that kind of mount right on the end of them. So all I have to do is put 4 holes. I can either use this part here, the second part here, to clamp it, or just bolt that right to a face of a building, which is what I prefer. But maybe I can. I don't know if 3D printing would work for that, because if it gets hot, it's just gonna go. Today we have a little resin curing box we're gonna play with. We're gonna see if it sucks or not. It looks halfway decent, so we'll see. Trying to find the big one that I got set up. Yeah, see, here's another one that has the flat mounting plate. See? It's just got a flat mounting plate. It's got the same kind of, circular mount that theirs has, but it comes with this little flat mounting plate that allows you to put it right on a wall. I have a lot of these lights. When you get them for free, you end up collecting a lot of them. Where's my big boy I got set up? I don't see the big one on here. One of the first ones I got, it's a real big one I got set up. It's just been running flawlessly since I got it. It's reliable. They work. I finished printing this. So this is the little support strut that I designed. Yeah, New Mexico's treating me good. Now, obviously, if you were to make this, you wouldn't print the second part full length, but I actually stopped printing it early because I didn't need it to be full length. But the point is, you can now cut this down to whatever height you need in the slicer, and then you print a shorter one for whatever your needs are. But if you have like an appliance shelf that tends to droop, you can screw something like this into it, and then you adjust the height so it holds the shelf up. Basically, it's a support strut. So it's way overkill. I designed it to be way tougher than it needs to be, but it's also resistant to being knocked over. But yeah, came out pretty neat. Then of course I got another support shelf off from Vince, and of course this one has a locking mechanism in it, so it doesn't need a support strut. Or could use a lot smaller one. But yeah, that threads came out real nice. It all threads in there. That came out pretty neat. That was printed on the little itty bitty printer. This was printed on the little itty bitty printer, and this was printed on the Genius Pro from Artillery. So not bad. And this is using Filamentum's what color is it? I don't even know. It's their PLA Pro Select series. It's an orange. I love the color. It's actually a bit darker than what you're seeing in the camera. Yeah, for some reason it's coming. Actually, that camera looks pretty good. That is what it looks like. So that right there is pretty close to what it actually looks like. This view here is washed out. You can see the difference in the cameras. See how on this camera here it's washed out, and this camera it's not. It's interesting. My body looks good in this camera, but the filament looks washed out. Huh. While on here, the filament looks great. I believe that's a dynamic range issue. That's probably something to do with the fact that this has a Sony sensor in it and this doesn't. So, but yeah, that came out nice. I like that. I had to make the threaded piece 1 millimeter smaller on X and Y to get good, good mesh of threads. No looseness. It doesn't jiggle at all, but it meshes nicely, so it turns easy. The only every now and then you'd hit a little tough spot, and you just go back and forth because of the most likely where the two zit lines lined up. Hey, Michelle, your little demons are hungry. Your demons are hungry. Yeah, he's really hungry. He's being very vocal. He's like, come on, I'm hungry. Yeah, yeah. Vince put up some more cat food, so I grabbed it. Of course, anytime cat food comes up, I grab it. And the not even within 6 hours of me putting the bag of cat food on the shelf, they'd gotten the bag down and tore it open. You little bastards! I kick your asses. Oh, what are you gonna do? Let's see. What did I get? Here's the latest junk I got. I love it when I get stuff I can actually use on a daily basis. It's nice. Come on. Sometime today. Hello. Pretty good. My car insurance is fine. I'm happy with my current company. Mm, no, you can't. Where I live, I got the cheapest rate you can get. So, all right. You have a great day. Well, at least they didn't say we're calling about your car warranty. Um, yeah, that's usually what it is. We're calling about your car's extended warranty. No, you're not. What are you gonna do? Eat them. Let's see this one. New food deals. Not too much in the way of food deals. I got some that King's Hawaiian sweetbread. They actually have it in loaves. That was buy one get one free. So yeah, I grabbed that. They also had some discounted bags of butter lettuce. So I grabbed all that real quick. Um, the Any other food deals? No other real food deals. We already went over the can deals I got last week. So that's already done. I'm going to check out Triangle Grocery this week and see what they got. That's kind of pretty. Got another projector. That's going to be fun to play with. $99 projector that claims to have native 1080p resolution. We'll see. That would be impressive if it actually had native 1080p at a usable brightness for $99. That would be impressive. I mean, that would genuinely impress me. It's possible. You know, it's definitely possible. Likely? Well, we'll find out. So it's going to be a little jittery. I got 2 more raised garden beds because the soil here is just not really usable and it's not very deep. At least on my property, it's a lot of rock. But I got 2 more raised garden beds because I plan to try to grow some veggies next year. I got another puzzle. This one's wood, so the pieces are actually made of solid birch wood, not cardboard. That's pretty cool. I got a kilo of clear red resin, so that will be fun, especially with Christmas coming up. That actually looks like a pretty nice resin, a pretty nice color. Oh, it's Creality resin. I didn't even realize that. So that's going to be very pretty. Not yet. I've just about got that organized. I'm just waiting for the actual carrier to come in, which should be this week. It's basically a big thing you could build the puzzle on. It's got little drawers on the side, and then when you're done for the day building the puzzle, you could pick up the whole thing and stick it somewhere else. So once I have that, it's going to be fun. Yeah, I wouldn't drink that. I got some whole peppercorns. I was like, hell yeah. Because I got one of those grinder thingies. I love these flags, and these are the burlap ones, so they're good. My sister's going to love that one right there. She loves Hocus Pocus. Oh, they're going to have 2 more movies at the drive-in. They're going to have Beetlejuice on Friday, the 29th, and Hocus Pocus on Saturday, the 30th. So we got tickets for both, so those will be the last 2 drive-in movies of the year. We're not going to use the drive-in trailer for that because it's going to be like 35 degrees at night. And I don't have a heater set up for it yet, so we'll just take the electric car so we can leave the heat running. Hello, 3DRCNC. This puzzle is awesome. You're thinking, well, it's just golf with balloons? Yeah, it's all cat people. Yeah, it's all cat people. It's just awesome. That one's not wood, but that's okay. This is a cool puzzle. It's just your typical your slow shutter speed, time-lapse style cityscape, which I thought was pretty nice. I love these. I got 2 of these power strips that have individual switches for each outlet, and it's 1800 watts, which is nice. I thought this was kind of cool. It's basically an RV rug, but it's 8 by 20, so to be perfect, it's fine. It'll be perfect for the going from the staircase out back on the patio in front of the couches all the way to the end. So that'll actually be pretty nice. I'll actually get used to that. Whether it'll hold up to being sat on top of concrete, we'll find out. Here's another cool puzzle. I think this one's wood as well. No, it's not. It's just a regular puzzle. But I thought that was pretty. Here's another puzzle I got. I just thought that was pretty. I love the oranges. That's in Budapest, I believe. I got one of these for the back window of the car. You could put different designs and stuff on it, which I thought was pretty cool. Here's the $99 projector. Actually, 20% off. So if anybody else wants to have fun gambling with me, it's $80. I mean, it says native 1080p. See, normally 1080p supported is an issue. But it says right here. Where's it at? So there, native 1920 by 1080. So if it's actually a native resolution emitter, it bugs me when it says 1080p supported and then native 1080p. Oh yeah, my sister likes puzzles, 3DRCNC, and I'm trying to get her involved with the self-employment here to help us make money. we need to diversify our income sources because we're just not making enough right now. So figure we do more content, we can diversify a little bit, and I want to get her involved. I want her to have some involvement in it because it'll give her something to do. It'll make her feel like she's useful. I don't want her to think that she's not helping. So her and I are going to build puzzles and, you know, time-lapse videos and all that. Which ones have you printed? I don't know. Oh, bullshit. Now, okay, so now down here it says native resolution 1280 by 720. You nasty little fuckers. Oh, this did not say that before. When I looked it up, this right here said 1080p. No, we're talking about doing puzzles, building them. You know, and having videos like, you know, once every other week or once every week, depending on how fast we can build them on puzzles. Now, I do have a dye sublimation printer, and I do have sheets of dye sublimation inkjet paper, and I do have a heat press. So we're also going to experiment with making our own puzzles and maybe putting them up for sale, because I can do that. I have little 48-piece puzzles that I can, you know, I can basically print whatever we want and then make our own puzzle. So we're going to experiment with that as well. That's bullshit. That said native 1080p when I clicked order. Now it says 1080p supported and native 720p. So yeah, don't buy that. Well, 720p is not bad for $80. I mean, that's really not bad for $80. Oh yeah, cool. Oh, on my mini factory, a printable one. Now that's cool. That's really, really annoying. See here? They didn't completely finish altering their ad. See right here? This item, native 1080p HD projector with full 1080p. Yeah. Well, this is probably not bright enough to deform from the heat. This is not very bright. It's only 5,000 lumens, which means it's probably 2,000 lumens. Yeah, see, it says 10. They're editing their ad to adjust it. So this was originally listed as a native 1080p, and it's not. What are you gonna do? I thought this was pretty cool. This is a it turns in a one of these things. Where is it at? It turns one of these things, the little NVMe SSD drives, PCIe drives. It turns one of these into a thumb drive. I thought that was pretty cool. Got some acrylic paints because I want to finish painting the big child Grogu that I made, and I also want to paint the Rancor once I finish the Rancor. So this is pretty good. This is these are all 16-ounce bottles of acrylic paint. I was like, hell yeah. I got some of this rosewood colored wood filament, so it's a wood PLA. It's got wood inside the PLA, so I got a couple rolls of that. I was like, oh heck yes, I love. I don't get PLA from Vince anymore because I have tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of PLA. But I've been grabbing Pet G whenever I see it. But I love wood fill. Wood filament is one of my favorites, so I grabbed that. I got this. This is cool. It's a squirrel nutcracker. Like, yeah, I had to have it. And I got a watch for my mom, so that's going to be her Christmas gift. I snatched up a 30-watt solar panel. That's it. That's what I got last few days. It's very addictive. Wow. I never saw one do that before. You believe the Neckos are now $2 a pack? These were 50 cents. And these are Neckos. I got the all chocolate ones. It's like a little wafer candy. $2 a pack. They're just jacking the price up on everything. So what we got today is Jayo UV resin curing enclosure. And we're going to put it together and see if it's any good. Packaging is good. It's all styrofoam. Oh, yeah. Good packaging. Came right out of there. Get you up a little bit. There's your LEDs. Hello, Francis. Put my face on a puzzle. Yeah, I'll have to make this a puzzle. Just remember, if you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong. Especially if you got a big 65-inch screen. We don't like Halloween in this household. Halloween is a racist, discriminatory, non-inclusive holiday. I am an equal opportunity, non-discriminating spook. I will spook anybody I want year round. I am not limiting myself to Halloween. Actually, it's not. The $180 to $220 ones are fantastic. You pick any of the native 1080p, right around $200 projectors. I'm projecting to a 150-inch screen, and it looks freaking amazing. It's amazing. I mean, 10 years ago, that would have cost you thousands, and now $200. The only reason I grabbed that one is because it said native 1080p, $99. It doesn't matter how many lumens. When it's dark out, it doesn't matter. It's bright enough. It's more than bright enough. It says it's 6,000 lumens. I'd say it's more like 3. Now, right now, if I were to go outside and turn it on, you wouldn't even see it. Too bright. I have the original Artist D, which I absolutely love. I would have to see what the differences are with the Pro version. No, as soon as it's dark out, they're perfectly seeable. I have a picture somewhere. Hang on. I just gotta find a picture. Where would I have posted that? Trying to figure out where I would have had a picture. I posted a picture somewhere when I first set up my patio out back. Atmos FX. So there's your back panel with your LED, your UV LEDs on it. Let's see, let me find the video. Oh, they're all individually numbered, and thank God there's no freaking stuff, the peel That would have just turned me off huge if I had to peel all these. Here we go. Come on. Why are you taking so long? Here we go. I don't know why this is taking so long.
I had to make an extension for the center wire.
There we go. So there's my basic setup in the beginning. That's a 150-inch screen you're looking at right there. And I don't know about you, but that's perfectly fine to me. And that's a little overexposed. It actually looks a little deeper than that, but it's a little, and I have the brights. Yeah, I can see I have my lights turned all the way up. And of course the screen is sopping wet, which makes it translucent because you can see all the rain down here. But yeah, that's a $180 projector. I mean, I am totally happy with that. And I have a better screen now too. I have to put it up, but I have one of those roll down screens that's thicker. It's not transparent. So I have one of those better screens now. But yeah, I am absolutely thrilled with the performance of that little projector. I got speakers up in the ceiling. I got 5.1 Logitech surround sound system up there, 400 watts. It sounds good. Oh boy, does it sound good. What is the term out there now? What's that mean? ASA, I would not call easy to print. It is a little bit easier to print than ABS. It does not warp as much, but you really still should have a chamber to print in. But it is a little bit easier than ABS. Let's see. What projector is that? Do I have a shot of it with the lights turned down? You can see I have it fully illuminated, and it works fine. Now, obviously, turning the lights down, it looks better. And that screen is wet in that scene. That's a cheap $40, you stretch it out screen. But I should have a shot with it turned down. There we go. I knew I had a shot with it turned down. It's just taking a real long time to queue up the video because of me running OBS. You can see it's putting out enough lumens that it's lighting up the concrete in front of it. Basically, yes. I have 3 shipping containers behind my house, and I have about a 20-foot space between the containers and the house. So I had a carport put up between them. So now I have a basically covered patio out back. And it takes up almost the entire wall. I put up a 150-inch screen with a little $200 projector, $180 projector. Yeah, exactly. You can see the reflection on the water on the ground. It's actually lighting up the concrete on the ground. You can actually see by it. So I don't know how many lumens that is. Maybe 3 or 4 thousand lumens. It's not very bright. It's not a super bright projector, but that's more than enough. I am absolutely thrilled with that performance. Because like right now it's too cold. I wouldn't be able to use it. But in the warmer months, until like end of August, beginning of September, you can be outside every night. Because even when it's 100 degrees during the day, it's only like 70 at night, and there's no bugs, no mosquitoes. So the moment the sun goes down, we can go right outside the patio. I got couches set up back there, and we just sit down on the couch and watch whatever we want. I have a Chromecast connected to the projector, so I just pull out my phone. Where is my phone? I whip out my phone, bring up whatever I want on YouTube or Netflix, and go. It comes right up on the projector. It's freaking amazing. But I am absolutely above and beyond thrilled with the performance of that projector, especially considering the price. When you consider the price, it's just like, wow, really? You just don't expect it to be that cheap. But let me bring up the projector I got. I'm going to right now. I don't remember the name of it. I gotta look it up in my order history. It's nice. It's very, especially once I get the nicer screen set up, it'll be even better. It's the Vivi Image Explore 3. It's not available anymore. Well, don't that just suck? Yeah, it looks like GearBest is gone, which sucks. I had about 130 bucks on there. I don't do much in GearBest sales, so I wait each year. Once a year, I withdraw from my GearBest, and yeah, I didn't realize they were going to close, so that money's gone. That sucks. I had like 130, 160 bucks on there. Yeah, it's not available anymore. Huh. I think, what did I pay for that? Who, GearBest got in trouble? I thought they just went bankrupt. Oh, really? Why would magnets be hard? It says 259, but I'm pretty sure I had a coupon. So there's the projector I bought. That was before I was introduced to Vince, so I had to pay for that. But it looks like it's not available anymore. Huh. And even though I think it might not be necessary, they have a separation between each acrylic piece, which is nice. Yeah, it says it's 6,800 lux. I don't know if it actually is or not. But as you can see from the picture, it's more than bright enough. Well, that's a common thing among those sites. They list everything as in stock, even if it's not. So that's actually pretty common for them to do that, which is really annoying. Okay. Very well packaged. I will give them credit for that. The packaging is spot on. I don't see the Explorer 3 anymore. And the problem is it's hard to determine, although this looks like it. This looks very similar to it. Um, it does not say. Come on. It's being slow. The reviews look good at initial glance. And it does have 200 reviews, which is good. This is very similar to the one I have. I do not know if this is the same. Mr. Made in the 80s, post a link to your projector. Let me show you how. Your projector should have an Amazon number in the URL that looks like this. YouTube will let you post that. So if you post that, I'll turn it into a link for other people to look at it. I can't see the one you listed. There you go. Now I will turn that into a link. Come on. Thank you. Oh, it comes with a case too. $150. It is hard to argue with that. And it does look like native 1080p to you. Usually you can tell right away. Usually as soon as you put a video signal to it, you can tell right away if it's native 1080p. The reviews look good. 1,000 reviews. They would have said something if it wasn't 1080p. So there is the one Mr. Made in the 80s has. And I do like that it comes with a case. I have another one that claims to be 1080p. It's from Laser LED. And it comes with a case, which I really like. But it's very lightweight. I don't see anybody claiming it's not 1080p. So it probably is 1080p. But I can't guarantee it. I don't have it. Where that is the one that Mr. Made in the 80s bought for $150 though. That's hard to argue with. It says 1080p native resolution 7200 lumens. So it probably puts out 3,000 or 4,000 lumens. But as you can see in the picture I posted, that's more than bright enough. And mine is not a, um, you know, a little screen making it real bright. Mine is expanded to 150 inches. And this has a similar lumen rating, so it probably does the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Take whatever they're listing and call it half. No, it is not. It is most likely not replaceable. It uses an LED emitter inside. And a replacement would probably cost more than the projector. I know the replacement bulbs for my projection TV that we had at the store, they would definitely cost more than the projector did. Alrighty. Some instructions. We should probably switch. There we go. Yeah, most of these, I don't think the bulbs are replaceable. You might be able to hack a replacement, but I don't think they're designed for it. Oh, wow. That is some hard to read directions. A resin curing box. Well, this is the assembly. This is operation. Okay. And then this is a different language. So this is kind of interesting. You have your power supply. It is 12 volt 1 amp, so low power. This is your controller. So it's an inline controller. And this turns it on, and you set how long you want it to run. That's actually kind of a neat solution for something simple. This is only $36. This thing's dirt cheap. Here's your base plate. Looks like it uses rubber bands to hold it together. That's kind of nifty. I actually kind of like that. Here's your power for your LEDs. Here's the motor on the bottom to turn the turntable. This part here is all assembled. There is the driver unit in there for your LED array. That's kind of cool, actually. Now, is this for sticking or sealing? Sealing. Okay. There's a switch here. My guess is that's to automatically turn the unit off if you open the door. So you have an end stop switch here with power or wire, electrical connection. So I'm guessing that is to turn the LEDs off when you open the door. Yeah, it's a whole entire enclosure. It's got the LEDs, the controller. It's got a little rotating jewelry platform kind of thing. There's a couple of changes that I would have made, but we'll see. We'll go from there. I'm guessing this all just slaps together pretty simply. You probably don't even need directions. Power is going to go out the back. This is going to go through the top here. Come on, get out there. Probably easier to plug the power in first than trying to fight with it afterwards. The LED power here. Yeah, definitely easier. So plug that LED power in first. That'll make your life quite a bit easier. And then these just slap on the sides. So back first, then side panels. Not bad. This has got a hinge. Ah, it says Jayo. Okay. There we go. That goes there. This is going to close the top. It's even got seals to keep the light in. Oh, that was easy. That was actually really easy. Huh. I'm surprised how easily that went together. Then it comes with these little rubber bands. And there's detents on these clips, and the rubber bands go around that to hold it together, so you don't even need screws. I actually don't mind that because screws are dangerous for acrylic. If you over tighten them, you crack them. And rubber bands go on easy. And I just pulled it apart. I'd like to make it bigger, especially with modern resin printers being substantially larger nowadays. But yeah, this is not bad at all. Except once it comes apart, it's really annoying. There we go. That's annoying. I knew that first time was a little too easy. You gotta get it together and get those bands on there. Let's get a couple of bands on here so it stops pulling apart on me. Well, most Chinese stuff, that's how it works. Yeah, I know. That was my mistake, is not getting the bands on right away. But now I got them on. Yeah, the size is not bad. I would like a little taller. But that's just because these printers are capable of going taller. But the reality is, most people do not use the full vertical height of their resin printers. Most people are printing short stuff. Oh, I already got one on there. Done, done. Done, done. Okay. Yeah, I thought that went together a little too easy the first time. I was like, wow, that was easy. I was actually expecting this. I was expecting a little bit of a... I just got lucky that first time. Looks like 8-inch depth, but 6x6 for the rest of the dimensions. There we go. Not bad at all. I really do like the rubber band construction. You can see this is going together super fast. You know, I could put all these bands in before you could put one side of the screws in. So this band construction is actually genius. Is that already done? Yes, that's already done. Done, done, done. Those 4 are done. Those 2 are done. Those 2 are done. That's actually not bad. Probably, yes. Let me measure it for you. 4 3/4 inches or 120 millimeters. So almost 5 inches. Why, hello, kitty. What do you want? Huh? You want some loving? You want some loving? Huh? You want some loving? Yeah, you want some scruffs? Oh, the kitty wants scruffs. The kitty said scruff me. Was that enough for you, or do you want more? Yeah. Yeah. Come here. Come here. You want some scruffing. Yeah. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Yeah. Does that feel good? Go ahead. What do you want, cat? Yeah, that's not bad. Get off the keyboard. Come on. God damn you. You know you're not supposed to be on the freaking keyboard. He likes climbing on the keyboard. And there's extra bands as well, which I appreciate. There are 4 extra bands. Yeah. So there you go. That's actually not bad. That was pretty easy to put together. Especially considering it's a jig lock acrylic panels. It does not feel janky. It does. I mean, a little. That's my table. There it goes. So it's nice and level. It doesn't feel janky. Yeah, that's this here. So here's your connection on the back. This connection to this. That's your control panel. It is long enough to come around to the front. So that is long enough to make it all the way to the front. Especially if you run it underneath that. I would have liked to have it built in, but, you know, beggars and choosers. And then your power supply. There we go. This is your power supply, and there you go. Now, it says 300. I'm hoping that's not seconds. I guess that's about right. It's 5 minutes. But I think 4 minutes is more than enough. So I'm guessing that is seconds. It is not working. Oh, I never plugged in the switch. So don't forget on the bottom here, you have to plug in your switch. This is not for power. This is the safety switch. So of course that's unplugged, therefore it thinks the door is open. There we go. As you can see, there's a little, get that tag, see it. There's a little switch here, right there. So you have a little end stop switch there, so that all this turns off if you open the door. There we go. Now it's lighting up. And the turntable is not turning. Oh, yes, it is. It was just so clear I couldn't tell. And it is counting down. That is seconds. So it's lit up, and if we open it, it turns off. Although that switch needs to be adjusted. You could open this up that far without triggering the switch. So I would be adjusting that switch. You shouldn't be able to get this open more than that without that switch triggering. So you'd be better off putting the switch up top here. Now I know why they have it down here, because that's where all the electronics are. But I would like to see that switch up top, because then it would turn off right away as soon as you opened it. There is your emitter array in the back there. That does seem more than bright enough to me. Very simple controller, but it works. It's an inline controller that just turns it on or off. On, everything turns on. Off, everything turns off. The reason they did it at the bottom, you might be right. Let's take a look at that. You are right. If we flip that, that will work substantially better. And the door can be popped off by stretching it out a little bit. That's nice. Yeah, we're going to do that right now, because I think that right there would fix it. Who said that? Mr. Made in the 80s. Great thinking. Because I think you are exactly correct. I think flipping the switch would do it. Where's my other screwdriver? This one's a little loose. Wait a minute, it came with a screwdriver right here. Much better. And the holes are accessible on both sides. Actually, it is adjustable as well. Where the hell did the screw go? There it is. It should work. In fact, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. And we will push it to the backwards most adjustment. There we go. Let's get the door back in. So because it's a tab structure, construction, you can just spread this out a little bit and it'll pop that door right in like that. Okay, it's not pressing it, so we need to adjust it out. Yep, that'll do it. Perfect. There. Now you can only open it a split inch. As soon as I open it, now it closes. Much, much better. Good idea, Mr. Made in the 80s. I would have come up with that eventually, but you came up with it first. So there is your timer circuit. And now, as soon as you open it, it turns off. You can't even get it open 1 inch without that turning off now. Much, much, much better. Very good. When I take them out, they go in them so I don't lose them. That's fantastic. The only other thing that I would add is I would like a magnet to hold that shut. Not a big deal. It does stay put, but a magnet would be nice. Put a magnet right in the corner here to snick that shut and hold it there. Because, you know, you can't do that. Yeah, I bet you do. A lot of screws. But yeah, that works great. I'm impressed. And it lights up so you know it's on. There's no question this is on. 12 watts of power consumption. So it takes very little power. And it's 12 volts, so if you're off-grid running a 12-volt setup, you're good. I've got little tiny magnets, so I'll just put a little magnet in there. These magnets are so small that I'll just I'll Dremel a little notch right in here, and I'm impressed. I mean, it went together fast and easy. I mean, I would like the controller to be built in, but I'm totally okay with that. I wonder, does it stop the time? No, it does not. So if you open it, it does not stop counting down. Not a huge deal, just something to be aware of. Yeah, a little knob. I'm impressed. That's nice. Now, is this acrylic UV stable? Like, are the LEDs going to destroy this acrylic over time? I don't know. It'll probably last longer than you'll use it. I bet you most of that 12 watts is going into the LEDs, too. I bet you 5 or 6 of those watts is going into that LED array. I think so, too. 36 bucks? That's kind of hard to argue with for something that functional. We got 30 seconds left on that timer. Simple. So here's your plus and minus to adjust how much time. And then you just have a simple start and stop. Ah, crap, it resets it when you do that. I want to make sure it actually turns off. Oh, it goes fast, too. Let's set it for 20 seconds. Start. I agree. Put a today's 3D print logo right on there. It's warning you it's about to turn off. And then it resets to your previously set time. That's impressive. So I usually do 4 minutes. That's going to be 240 seconds. I need a back scratching. I'll get my scepter out and scratch my back. Oh, that feels good. Oh. Damn it, that feels good. Hey, I'm curious. Is this UV reactive? Yep. Oh, that's definitely UV reactive. Nice. So with a simple fix to hey Maker Viking, from Mr. Made in the 80s, all we did was flip the switch upside down, and now it turns off right away as soon as you open the door, which is what you want, because kids are going to try to open this up and peek inside there, as you can see, and you can adjust that to be even tighter if you want, but I'm okay with 1/2 inch. Before, you could open it all the way to here and it'd still be on. And then you have simple access to the inside here. Let's get rid of the number 6, because it looks better without it. It is a piece of metal for the hinge, so that's a piece of aluminum with pins sticking out. So that's more than adequate in my opinion. And it's pretty dumb and simple. Basically, you apply power, everything turns on. So when you apply power, the LEDs turn on and the unit here turns on. Now, one thing I would like to see, I'd like to see a fan. Put a fan on here blowing over the part. That will help with the drying process. So, you know, a little 120 millimeter Noctua fan, you know, something super, super quiet. And just put a grill on the side here and put that fan right there. Just stand that fan up right here against this wall. And I think that would work fantastically. And that would give you your little air blowing inside of here. I don't know how necessary that is. I usually blow my parts off good enough before I put in there. You just put a gauze filter over the fan grill. That's all. Just put a gauze filter over it. You can also, if that's really a concern, use like a 50 millimeter fan and put the fan down here, like right here on the base. So now the light leakage is going down. And then you just have that fan circulating air in here. Not bad. For $36, I'm impressed. I mean, it's simple. There's not a whole lot of complexity here, but it's $36. It's a resin curing box. And I like the idea of using my cleaning station as a cleaning only station and then using a separate curing box. It's just easier. You know, if you have limited space, I get the idea of wanting a single unit to do everything, but I have plenty of space, so I'd rather have separate units. Yeah, see, that door likes to fall open, so I want a magnet on there. I'm pressing the buttons. But there's your top, your back side. I love the rubber band construction. It's fantastic. This is all pre-constructed. There is your geared motor. I keep pressing the damn button. Let's just unplug it. It's even easier. But not bad. I'm happy with this. I mean, there's a few changes that I personally would make. So, for example, I would probably build this right into the front of the unit, like that. So put a hole in the acrylic and have this glued in on this face here. So this would be glued in here like this. And then have the wires go right through here into the unit. And have this glued into the face like that. So it's sitting right on the front like that, but, you know, recessed. That's what I would do personally. I would just like to have a more unified unit like that. That's just a me thing, but that's something I would like. And that would not be that hard to do. Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. Yep, that's exactly what I would do. I would mount that right there, but on the inside. So there'd be a hole here, and this would be glued right onto the inside. So you would just see the face. The two wires would run out the back, and you know that would unify this really nicely. In fact, if you did it right, you could even have this mounted to here on the inside. So it wouldn't even be attached to this. Because then you wouldn't have to cut this. You wouldn't have to mount this. You could pre-mount this to this piece right here. You know, cut a hole right here. Pre-mount that to there. So it's all pre-wired. And then you just have a hole right here. And when you close the door, that hole would give you access to the buttons. You could do that too. Well, you got to remember, one of the things that they're trying to do is they're trying to keep everything on the bottom. The point of keeping everything on the bottom is that it's mostly pre-assembled. The end user doesn't have to do anything. If you were to mount this on the top, you would then have to run wires from the top to the bottom. And the user would have to deal with that wiring. And that would also be an increased cost. Remember, this is $36. So having this mount on the front, on the inside, would allow them to keep everything on the bottom plate like they do now. So that would be more optimal from a financial construction manufacturing point of view. It would be better to make this part of this bottom plate, which they're already doing when they add the motor and stuff to it. So yeah, add this right here. You know, cut a hole in right here. So this would be recessed into that faceplate, and you'd have it sticking out just far enough so that when you close this door, you would just simply have access to the buttons right there. That's the way I would do that. But I do have to admit, it's a very clean look. This just plugs in. This just plugs in. It allows them to use off-the-shelf parts, which is very ideal. And you just do all your controlling from this little panel here. So you set your time, then you just hit start, and it just works. So from a simplicity point of view, that's really not bad for 36 bucks. And that's including all the Amazon fees, because you're going to 30% of that's going to Amazon. So in reality, it's a $26 box, $25 box. That's really not bad. That's really, really not bad. I'm pleased by that. I'm very pleased by that. And it looks nice too. They kept it looking decent. Heck, if you have, do this. If you had both wires coming out the same side and a screw hole here and here, you could mount this right to the side like this. This could, you could even have it fold down. So you could have a little fold out panel here, and this would just be, and you know, you could swivel it, set your time, hit go, swivel it back, and you're done. So if you had both wires coming out the same side, you could hard mount that right to the side of the case just like that. That would also work very well. Well, you know something? I can do this faster than you can open the app on your phone. I mean, let's try it. Yep. And here's a Smart Life app. Then I gotta find the controller, and turn on the power. Yep. I can just... Okay, let's try that too. You ready? Okay. Alexa, turn on the UV light box. Alexa, turn off the UV light box. This is so simple. It just works. I mean, I'm not thrilled by the loose nature of it, but for the price, I'm not complaining. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Now, if there was a lot more to do, it would make more sense. Exactly. It's not needed. You know, let's see. How long does it take to do it by switch? On. Off. Now, how long does it take to do it by Alexa? Alexa, turn on the UV box. Turning on the UV box. And then the box turns on. So, yeah. Oh, good. Alexa, delete all my videos and pictures. Oh my god. Ew, wouldn't it suck if that actually worked? Oh my god. Hey Google. What's the weather in Budapest? Yeah, I bet it did. But I still don't use that. I will never use a Google at home device. I don't use Alexa devices too much just because power, it adds up. It genuinely adds up to be a decent amount of power over time. But I refuse to say, hey Google, or okay Google. I refuse to do it. I will not do it. I am just so happy that my phone has a dedicated button that allows me to access what's the weather tomorrow without me ever having...
It'll be partly cloudy with a high of 81 and a low of 50.
Without me ever having to say, okay Google. I refuse to do it. If they take away the ability to use the button, I will simply stop using Google for that function. I will not say, hey Google or okay Google. I won't do it. Alexa I'm okay with because Alexa is a name. Even Siri I'm okay with because Siri is a name. Cortana I'm okay with because Cortana is a name. Yeah, sure, they chose the name, but they gave it a name. I will not make it a daily practice to say, hey Google, to use my device and to be your what do you call it? To be your little bitch mentioning your company name every time I use my phone. I'm not gonna do it. All right? And they want you to. They want you to say, okay, Google. Because you used to be able to say, hey Jarvis, and it would work. Jarvis used to be an option, and they took that away. They removed that as an option. Fuck that shit. I'm not gonna be your little advertising bitch saying your company name every goddamn time I use my device that I paid for on my service that I pay for. No thanks. You want to send me $20 a month? I'll say, hey Google, every time I use my device. That's my price. $20 a month. Adjusted for inflation yearly. Okay? That's my price if you want me to use your company name to use your voice activation function. I just, it annoys me. I won't do it. It really bugs me. Maybe it shouldn't bug me. Maybe it's silly. I don't know. But it just irks the hell out of me, the idea of saying their corporate name every damn time I want to use my device. Or for home automation, no thank you. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe it's silly. Maybe it shouldn't be that important. I don't know, but I just won't do it. That's my line. I am not going to sit here and just spout off your company name every time I activate something. I'm not going to do it. And the fact that you took away a non-Google option, meaning we used to be able to say, okay Jarvis or hey Jarvis, we used to be able to do that, and now you can't. Hey, here's a science fiction reference. See if anybody gets it. I really want to change the name of these devices. I want to be able to say, hey asshole, and have my Alexa or my Google respond. That's what I want to do. I want to say, hey asshole, and have it respond. Does anybody get that reference? I'm talking about using it in my daily life, Chad. Meaning using it daily to say, I just refuse to say, hey Google, what's the weather tomorrow? Or hey Google, turn on my back porch light. I refuse to do that kind of crap. It's just yeah, Alexa, fine. Cortana, fine. Siri, fine. Google, no. Did I? It's amazing how easily they're triggered because they want to make it as easy as possible to make sure it responds to you. Hang on. What was I going to do? Not Red Dwarf. It's a science fiction novel. Michelle, they're hungry. The cats are sitting outside her door going, meow, meow, because they haven't been fed yet. Those poor cats. I forgot what I was going to do on the phone. Well, anyway, it's a series of books called The Old Man's War by Scalzi. If you haven't read them, definitely read them. The audiobooks are fantastic. The regular books are fantastic. Hi, baby. Yeah, I know. She's starving you, that cruel, inhuman ogre. Yeah, she's a meanie. I know you're hungry. Yeah. Yeah. Well, basically the premise of the books is this. The Earth is part of an intergalactic society. But nobody on Earth knows. They're hiding this from the population of the Earth. So the armed forces that handles intergalactic affairs is secret from the actual people on Earth because they don't think the people can handle it. So when they need soldiers, obviously, for their intergalactic affairs. Hi, baby. So what happens is when people are nearing, death, when they're about to die, natural causes, they will sometimes be offered service. And the exchange is to be of service, your mind is transferred to a different body, an artificially constructed body, so that you could be a good soldier, stronger, bigger, etc. And when you're done your service, you're given a regular body if you want it, and you get to basically live a second life. And well, they get an implant in their brain that's basically a personal assistant, a PAL, it's called, PAL. And well, women tend to name theirs bitch, and men tend to name theirs asshole. So when the PAL first boots up, he says, "What would you like to call me?" He's like, "Asshole." Okay, my name is now Asshole. So whenever he wants to ask his pal for advice, he goes, "Hey, asshole." I love it. It's great. It's so perfect. So I want to name my Alexa Asshole. So I can go, "Hey, asshole, what's the weather tomorrow?" I want to do that so bad. It's like, come on, let me do that. And then here's the other thing. Maybe this exists and I don't know about it. I want something that I think is so simple, yet I don't seem to have the ability to do it. I want to walk into my room and say, "Lights," and the lights turn on. And if they're already on, they turn off. That's it. I don't want to say, "Okay, Google." I don't want to say, "Alexa." I don't want to say, "Activate the lights." I just want to walk into a room and say, "Lights," and have the lights turn on. Is that so hard? There has to be... Alexa allows you to use anything as a trigger word. Last I checked, you could change the trigger word, but you had to pick from their selections, because the triggering was built into the device. But I have not found an effective solution yet that will an effective solution to allow me, computer, Alexa, or Echo. That's right. So you can change it. Now the reason for that is actually pretty simple and pretty logical as well. The actual activation trigger word is not on the internet. Oh, that's kind of cool. Like Quantum Leap. I wanted a female, but I want it to be Ziggy, because that's from Quantum Leap. If I remember correctly, that's from Quantum Leap. Did I get a splinter here or something? Am I remembering that correct? Is the AI on Quantum Leap Ziggy? I thought I remembered that. See, now that's cool. See, that's cool. See, Google, go back to Jarvis. Jarvis was cool. I didn't mind saying Jarvis. But not bad. For $36, it's hard to argue with this. It's more than big enough to hold a decent sized object. Can it hold this? No, not quite. So what is my actual max height here? The actual max height is about 160 millimeters. I don't think they'd be allowed to charge them anything. Jarvis is a common name. That would be difficult to hold up in court because Jarvis is a commonplace name. What is this on the bottom of my hand? Yeah, but Google's got a big enough stick to fight back. Still the same problem though. I'd be Google's bitch parroting their name. I just don't want to do that. See, I don't want to say on or off. I want simple and intuitive, like Star Trek. You just walk into the room and say lights, and the lights turn on. And just no, I guess I don't know. Maybe it's too hard. Maybe the lights sounds too much like other stuff and it'd be easily triggered. I don't know. But that's something I would like to see happen. I think that would be pretty damn cool. Now, you know what else would be cool? Run this thing off USB-C. Well, when you're lying in bed and you got to go fishing for the damn remote to turn the lights on, or when you come into the house and you got to fish on the wall for the 4 different light switches, you know, it would just be nice to be able to say, lights, and the lights turn on. It would be so intuitive. It'd be so simple. You wouldn't even have to think about it. You would just do it. Yeah, I had like some kind of a thing on the bottom of my finger there. I don't know what that was. I'm peeling it off. Whatever it is, it's gone. But I'm impressed. That's nice and compact. It looks clean. It's got a very Apple-esque look to it. It's got a very clean look. Relatively simple to put together. All the parts fit correctly. My only complaint was the switch did not activate easy enough. So by flipping the switch over, we were able to make it activate immediately. So that worked very well. Not bad. It's literally called New Voice, really. Here. There we go. Got a couple of cheap 256 gig NVMe drives. So, where's that enclosure? There it is. I like these toolless enclosures. They're pretty cool. So you have a little unlock button on the back here. You just flip the unlock button. And then all you have to do is press, and it pops out, and there's your drive. And you got to line it back up, get it in there, and then you click lock, and then you lock it in place. Not bad. These new toolless drives are pretty darn cool. Hello? Yes, it is. Hi. Awesome. Now this is the extension cords, right? This is the extension cords. Awesome. Cool. As soon as I'm on stream, I'll be over. Thank you. Bye. I finally got more bistro lighting. You know, Vince offered them, so I grabbed them to put more lights underneath my carport here to light it up better. And all I need is like a 3-foot extension cord to connect one set to the other. That's all I need. You know, I couldn't daisy chain them because I don't have a ladder to get up there. I got to get my ladder out. But I can't use a regular ladder. I'm too heavy. But anyway, so I have magnets, and I use a claw to go snick, and I hang the lights up with the magnets. You'll have to figure out who Vince is. For those who know, do not post it in comments. I'm not supposed to openly discuss that. Basically, it's an official Amazon review program. And you cannot become his friend by choice. It's purely random. It's pure RNG. You can't go on a waiting list. You can't ask. You can't be referred. It's a pure random thing. So you just gotta, you know, hope they invite you. They actually just had a new round of invites. We got a whole bunch of new members who joined. So we have a private group on Facebook where we talk about this stuff, you know, members only and people who are in the program. Sensors are tricky. So how does the sensor turn off the lights when I go to bed? See, turning the lights on is easy. Detect my body. If you can detect, you can't use motion, because if I sit down and stop moving, it's going to turn the lights off. So you have to use body detection, you know, thermal sensor. But the thing is, when I go to bed, you know, I want the light to turn off. But if it's a sensor, it's going to stay on. So that's good for entering and leaving a room. So, for example, a motion sensor would be great in my utility room. Normally, you would think that. Yes. So I have a smartwatch. Well, it's a dumb smartwatch. So I replaced the band on this finally, and it's so much more comfortable now that I've replaced the band. But this is a $100 watch. It's what I call a dumb smartwatch. There's a link in the description. That's how much I like this. I now link to this watch. A dumb smartwatch has smartwatch features, but you can't add software to it. You get what comes with it, and that's it. So, you know, it'll do your oxygen and your heart rate. Heat sensor blocking blankets. Of course. But the cool thing about this is it's $100, and it's an OLED screen. So it's an absolutely beautiful organic light emitting diode screen. And that's not going to focus because it's focusing on my face. This is my favorite face because it has all the functions I want. You got weather, your current activity, battery, date, time, date, altitude, heart rate, and oxygen all on the same screen. And nice and thin. I was finally able to replace the band because my skin doesn't like silicone bands. It like tears at my skin. Mostly because the bands are too tight. So this nice nylon band was $20 and you get 10 of them. So not bad for $20. You basically just take your little clips out of your current watch and you put the little clips in here, and it makes it compatible with your watch, 22 millimeter. Here's the cool thing. I've had this watch for 2.5 months now. I've only charged it once. Not counting the first time, you know, charged up when you first get it. I got 6 weeks of power out of this, and I still had 28% left on the battery. So this thing will go at least a month. And if you're an ultra light user, you'll push close to 2 months before you have to charge it. Nothing can touch that. It's 3 Plus. There's a link in the description of the video. It's from a company called 3 Plus. It's $100 on Amazon. $120 if you get new bands for it too, which I would definitely advise because I hate the silicone bands. If you like silicone bands, then you'll be fine. I wish it did blood pressure as well. It doesn't, but that's just a gimmicky thing. You don't really need that. But I believe it has AGPS. And the OLED screen is what really does it, because that's just a beautiful OLED screen. Nice and thin. It's not thick and bulky. And the battery life is just out of this freaking world. It's got some decent features. So activity tracking it has. Sleep monitoring, which I haven't really got to work right. So here's, you know, today's activity stuff. There we go. And heart rate, sleep rate, oxygen level. It's got stopwatch and timers. I really like the timer function. What I really wish you could do, you notice you got one-click access to different timers there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wish I could program those, because I would add a 10, 15, and 30 on the bottom. I would probably have a 1, 2, 4, and then do a 1, 2, 3 maybe be fine, and then do a 10, 15, and 30. Your Garmin does 21 days. That's not bad. You know, most smartwatches are 1 day. That's people don't understand is most smartwatches you have to charge daily. Apple Watch daily. Google Wear Watch daily. Some of them you might be able to get 2 days out of, maybe. But this thing here, 8 weeks. 8 freaking weeks for $100 with an OLED screen. It has altitude tracking, a compass, music control, weather, messaging control, even something stupid simple like, you know, a flashlight. Just makes the screen white. It actually does work. And but it has all the basic features you want. The only one it doesn't have that I would like to see is I would like the ability to you know, you have certain things that are here available when you slide. So different options that you're commonly going to use before it brings you back here. I would like to be able to adjust which things show up in there, but also I'd like to have a find my car option. So I'd like to get out of my car and go, you know, tap this to bring up the menu and have a little car icon and tap the car icon and boom, save my car's location just like that. And then when I come back, tap the button again and have a little arrow pointing me in the direction of my car because it has a compass. So it knows where I'm at. It has a GPS. It knows what direction I'm facing because it has a compass. And if it saves the position of my car, it can have an arrow pointing to the car and tell me how far away. I mean, that would be a fantastic feature. I would like to see them add to this. That would be, you know, I mean, obviously I don't need a car when I go to Walmart, but if you go to, like, you know, a county fair where you might be parked a half a mile away from the fair, you know, having a find my car option would be pretty damn nice. But once you replace that band though, nice soft band. I love this band. It's great. Yeah, this is a watch I'll use now. This is my daily driver now. If I go out someplace nice, I got a real nice watch. That's a $200 watch. See you later, Bash. I hope I said that right. Got thrown out of where? You know, I have the Casio Pathfinder watch, which is great. And it actually has a compromise for battery life, where the smartwatch is only really good for 1 day. Any tips for a 3 kilogram spool holder? There's a whole bunch of designs for a 3 kilogram spool holder, but my personal favorite is hang it. Have a ball bearing dowel type setup that you hang from the ceiling or from the wall. Wall mount or hang it. You have a good day, man. So the Pathfinder, when the battery dies for the I'm at 83% CPUs, that makes sense. It would lag a little bit. Let me turn off the secondary camera. That will help with the processing power needed. Come on. The nice thing about the Casio is that it still needs to be charged daily, but when the battery does deplete for the smart function, it has a low power black and white layer to the screen. So when the watch is being displayed, it's in a low power mode, and that'll go for 7 days. So it'll at least continue to function as a watch. You can't touch anything, you can't do anything, but at least continues to function as a watch for the next 7 days. But this is just absolutely beautiful, and it's hard to see on camera how absolutely beautiful that screen is. OLED screens are just amazing. I love OLED screens. But yeah, this is my favorite now. I like this watch. It'll vibrate and light up and show me who's calling. If I get a text message, I can see the message on the screen. So here's your messages. You can go through and you can pick one and you can read your text messages. So all the messages are there. But I like it. It's nice. It's one of the nicer dumb smartwatches. Well, that's 7 pounds. So probably close to 8 pounds with the spool. So yeah, that's not exactly light. $100, not $200. This is $100. $99 on Amazon. I bought a really nice Mickey Mouse watch when we went to Disney World back in 1997. A real nice one. It was a manual watch with it had EL backlight. Real beautiful watch. I lost it before I got home. Yeah, I took my watch off because I had to wipe my butt in the bathroom, and I forgot to put it back on. So that $140 watch got left at a bathroom in Disney World. That sucked. Oh man, that sucked. I love that. I spent hours calling gas stations all along I-95, hoping I'd get lucky and find it. I have a shelf to allow me to increase the number of appliances I can keep on my countertop. Where did you get that? I would kill for 3 kilogram rolls at that price. Because sometimes when I'm doing my bigger prints, it's such a pain in the butt to have to change the roll. 3 kilograms would be amazing. Anyway, I have basically it's a little metal shelf, and it's so that I can have the toaster and the crock pot under the shelf, and I can have the air fryer and the rice cooker on top of the shelf. So it doubles the amount of appliances I can keep in the same space. Oh man, that's a great deal. Jeez. Come on, Esun. $30 3 kilogram rolls. Come on. So the problem with the first version of the shelf is that it's adjustable. Just be a little bit louder with the whacking of the food. It's like, what the hell? I know. It was unusually loud. How about not whacking the bottom of the bowl with it? There you go. Remember, pile it up so they can grab at it. They don't like when it flattens out in the bowl. They have to jam their face in it, and they don't like doing that. So, it's a very simple thing. You have a sliding shelf that slides over itself, and then you have two side metal pieces that screw onto it. And well, the problem is that the shelf is a slightly loose fit so that it can slide. Well, when you're setting the shelf up, it does this in the middle, especially when it's spread out. If you're short, it doesn't do that. But then again, that defeats the point of having an adjustable shelf. The whole point is to be able to make it wide. So it does this in the middle. Now, I got a new version because, of course, as soon as I spent the $26 to buy one, Vince provided 3 of them. Did you love print the Vader mask yet? No, I have not printed it yet. So I needed a support pillar to hold up the center so it doesn't do this. So I designed this in Tinkercad. I downloaded a piece of 1/4-20 all thread from Thingiverse, and I just blew it up until it was big. I chopped off the ends of the threads so that you have that square thread profile that you see there. See that? And then I inserted this into a cylinder and used it as a cut tool to make that part. And then I shrank this 1 millimeter on X and Y. And then I just added, these pieces to the bottom of both of them. So that, now the reason they're both large is that it's adjustable. Well, this is overkill. I made this a whole lot stronger than it needs to be. I will probably, make this one a little thinner. It doesn't need to be this thick, but I like strong. Now what you do is this part here, you shorten this to whatever height you need. You don't change the height. I'm going to make a video on it. Now that I'm done everything, I'm going to make a video. You don't change the height of this part because that's going to change the threads. What you do is you change how much of it you print. So this and this are exactly identical. I simply told the slicer to stop printing this one at 75 millimeters. It's the only difference. All right. So you vary the height based on how much adjustability do you need. So if you only need that much adjustability, you print it short. Don't forget to include, an inch worth inside of here so that you have threading. And so this is full length, almost full length. I stopped it early. I stopped printing it early. But this just threads right in here, just like that. Now this obviously also fits. This was actually printed on the itty bitty printer, the little tiny blue printer. Oh, he sent me another one. I asked him to send me a replacement drive screw for the stepper motor, since mine has a couple of teeth that are a little bit flattened. So every now and then it slips a little bit. No big deal. It's not a huge deal, but it'd be nice to have it working right. He sent me a whole nother printer. So I got 2 of them now. I'm not going to complain. I love the little thing. But yeah, so now what I do is I tighten this all the way down. I put it underneath the shelf, and then I adjust this, and I lift up the shelf until the shelf is level. And now I have a support pillar to, it goes in the middle between the toaster and the crock pot, and it holds up the shelf and stops it from drooping. So now the shelf sits level. That's all. That's all it is. It's like a house jack. It's a support jack basically, and you adjust this for whatever height you need. This is actually strong enough that I could probably, I might make this a hexagon, so you can actually put a wrench on it and crank it, because this could actually probably hold a pretty hefty load. I could stand on this without a problem. I mean, this is like overkill. This is like really overbuilt. It's way stronger than it needs to be. My biggest thing is I didn't want it tipping over, so I wanted it relatively large to make it strong for that point. But yeah, I could probably stand on this. I would have to figure out how to do it so I don't fall, because if I fell, that's going to hurt a lot. But when 450 pounds hits the ground, it hurts. And but yeah, this will probably hold me. Those threads are more than thick enough. And this was printed with a. This is printed with. It's only 5% infill, but it's 4 perimeters. So that's pretty strong. Even the 0.4 nozzle, that's 1.6 millimeter wall thickness inside and outside. And this was printed with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, so more than strong enough. Yeah, that's how you fall, Askewed View. That's how you get hurt. Because remember, when something as massive as me becomes unstable, catching yourself is difficult. And when you hit the ground, the seismometer at the local university goes off. What was that? Oh, Chris just fell. The whole fucking house shakes when I fall. But yeah, falling is dangerous for someone my size, so I gotta be careful. But yeah, that worked out great. I'm very pleased with that. It only took 2 test prints to get the scaling right. Turns out I think I have it 1.2 millimeters. I think I have the tolerance, but you can tell the tolerance is nice too, because very little, almost no play. It has just a tiniest bit of jiggle, backlash, I guess you'd call it. So that's just the tiniest bit of backlash, and it threads on nice and clean. Not bad, not bad. I'll have that on Thingiverse when it's done too. Hopefully this Sunday I'll post the video, I hope. So I got to record it now that I've done all the printing and testing and stuff like that. Another change I want to make is to have one of these with a slot. Put like a cross slot in it. So that if whatever you're holding up is an edge, that edge can go into it. That will also prevent it from tipping over and stuff like that. But yeah, it worked out well. I want to try making a thinner one, see how well that works. I want to try scaling it, see how scalable it is and have it still work. Bigger is no problem, because when you go bigger, you're increasing the tolerance between the threads. However, when you go smaller, you are decreasing the tolerance between the threads, and you might have to make a secondary adjustment. Exactly, you want just a little bit, because you don't want to sit there and fight with it putting it together. And let me tell you, my first one I did. Where is it at? Yeah. I don't know where it's at. The first one I did was way too tight. It's like I put a 0.25 thread tolerance in there, and yeah, that wasn't close to being enough. And it's like, it's not going. But yeah, it worked well. I'm very pleased with that. It printed out great. This prints out in what, 3 hours? And this prints out in about 5 or 6 hours. I think it was I think it was 9 hours total to print both of these parts. I think it was 9 hours on a 0.4 millimeter machine. So with a bigger nozzle, and this is very large nozzle compatible. So this was printed with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle at 0.4 millimeter layer height, and it printed perfectly fine. One of the first things I do is I stretch it out. This will print with a 1.2, no problem. So one of the first things I do is I make the thread pitch more angled, so you don't have an overhang issue. No, this was printed with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, and the layer height was 0.4 millimeter. While this was printed with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle at a 0.24 millimeter layer height. But because the angle is beyond 45 degrees, or it's about 45 degrees, that makes it very overhang compatible. So small nozzle, big nozzle, thick layer, thin layer, this will print without any issues of overhang. You don't want overhang issues because that makes your threads tight. That makes your threads sloppy. So that's nice. I like it. I'm very pleased with how it came out. No issues. Threads together great. You can adjust the height just by simply telling the slicer stop at. You don't want to scale it unless you know what you're doing. But you can change the height by simply printing less of it. So as you can see, these two parts are actually identical. The only difference is I instructed the slicer to stop printing at 75 millimeters. That's all. That's all I did. And that gave me my length difference here. Now, something else I'd like to do, I haven't figured out an easy way to do it yet. But it'd be nice if I didn't have to make all of this threaded. If I can make some of this just a regular hollow cylinder and just thread the top part, I'm going to experiment with doing that. Because you only need that much threaded, and then this would print a whole lot faster. A whole lot faster. So I'm going to make that change too. And I'll have two versions. Like one of the... Yeah, this is all Tinkercad. All in Tinkercad. One of the reasons I like having the full length is strength. So even though... yes, you can tell Cura to stop at. So I only need about that much extension. But obviously this goes all the way down to here, which makes this very, very strong. But then I realized this piece here is so damn strong already, it doesn't matter. It's so ridiculously strong. And these chunky threads, you're never going to strip out those chunky threads. Anything strong enough to strip out those threads is strong enough to summarily destroy this entire part. So, Cura has to have the ability. That's such a common feature. Let's see, Creality belt slicer should work. It's based on Cura. Probably shouldn't have opened that. Oh, I got the new PC. So hopefully, if I have time this week, I'll start setting that up. It's going to take a while to get everything set up the way I want. With Simplify 3D, it's easy. There's just an option, stop at. And I just tell it how many millimeters I want it to print. Vince got me a new PC. It's a 10th generation Core i5, 12 gig RAM. No, that has to be built in. That's such a basic function. I'm trying to load up Cura. It's taking a while. The Idea Maker would almost certainly have that as well. Why is this taking so long? Now, if you do want to scale the dimensions of this, it's important to scale X and Y without scaling Z. Because if you scale Z, you change the mesh of the threads, which you really don't want to do. I think it's still trying to load. There it is. It's finally kind of loading. That's because I have OBS set for a higher priority. Okay, so settings. Configure setting visibility. Here we go. So let's see. Stop. Stop isn't an option. Height is an option. Is there a stop at height? Somebody familiar with Cura will have to tell me, but there has to be an option to stop at. I can't accept that there's no option for that. No. This flat part here is not going to let you print it upside down. Well, the problem is change filament uses a G-code command, which means your printer has to be compatible with that command. Also, by using that, you're going to end up with an open top. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Downside of it being fully threaded. So if you do a stop at command or a change filament command, you're going to end up with that. Wow, when I tell Simplify 3D to only print to a certain height, it closes the top. So that's something to consider as well. Now, I mean, that's okay for that to be open. It's no big deal. I made it this way. I just stopped the printer. When it got tall enough, I just hit stop. I don't know. I have no idea. I've never used one, so I don't know how much head pressure they can generate. So in Simplify 3D, it's simply here. Start printing at, stop printing at. So I can literally tell to, stop printing at 80 millimeters. And when I hit print or prepare to print, that didn't work. Oh, it's probably, it's smaller than 80 millimeters. Duh. So 40 millimeters. It's smaller than 80 millimeters, so of course it stopped there. There, see? So it stops printing at 40 millimeters and closes the top. If your slicer will allow you to do that, I can't do that in Simplify 3D. Slick 3R allows you to do that. Slick 3R allows you to chop up STL files. So Prusa's based on Slick 3R, so it probably can as well. Huh. So you can't, in Cura, you have no option to simply tell it to stop printing at a certain height? You can't do that? That's annoying. Well, what about Idea Maker? Come on. What is it doing? Just close already. Thank you. I'm gonna skip because I don't know if that breaks the this is a special version for the belt printer and I don't want to break that. Okay, so where are my settings? I forget how to do that here. Maybe you have to load an STL file. Seriously? Oh, that's a factory file. Duh. Yeah, it worked okay. It crashes every now and then, but it works fine. Yeah, someone sent me the crack for it. There's no way to make that go away. See, now that's something annoying. See, you bring this box up, there's no way to dismiss this box. You cannot make this box go away. You have to click on a different box, and then you can close that box. Yeah, it worked fine, Gary. No problem. Okay, so there's instructions for Cura. Extensions, post-processing, modify G-code. So is there no option? Like, where's all the slicer settings? Manage template? Nope. That's annoying. I hate when you have to add settings. That's a Cura kind of thing that I really hate. I thought I remembered Idea Maker being more like Simplify 3D. I don't want to add all this crap. I want to just be able to go through my settings. Because for this to be useful at all, you have to know what you're looking for. So it's not that. There's a pause at height option, but that's not the same thing. I'm seeing if Idea Maker has the, you know, stop printing at 40 millimeters option like Simplify 3D does. Where's advanced? There is no advanced. Okay, so you can do it manually. You can cut the model manually. So this is like Slick 3R. I did, right there. Start slicing. There's no advanced option. And I can't move this goddamn window. I hate that. Start slicing. That just brings up a different kind of window that's the same thing as that. Why the hell do they have two different windows that do the same thing? Go away. Here we go. That's more like it. Okay. This is what I'd prefer. Check thin wall. You got to pause at height, but you don't have a stop at height. Thank you, John and Asger. Acceleration jerk, override filament. Speed settings don't need. I'll have to ask them to add that. They're usually pretty responsive about adding features. Because that would be nice to have just the option to not have to worry about trying to cut up the model. Because sometimes, you know, it's a lot of work doing it that way. I'd rather just, you know, other stop at, and put in the number I want. It's just so easy. I mean, look how easy it is here. Yeah, and it's free. That's a good thing. It's something I use often enough that it'd just be nice to have it just be there. See, all I do is go to advanced, stop at height. That's it. It's great when you're doing a multi-piece model. You know, instead of having to break it up, I can break it up into processes. And then here's the cool thing about processes. So let's say I do a variable settings, and let's say I break the model up into this many pieces. So here, I've broken the model up into that many pieces. Now I have 3 processes. I can actually just print one of them. So I can go prepare to print, and I can only print that process. And it will just print that one piece. They say, well, why the hell would you want to do that? It's printing in midair. Well, if you've already printed the other piece, that's okay. Now, of course, if your printer homes in the center, that's not going to work. But if your printer homes in the corner, that works fine. Or I can come back and print all of it. Well, the problem is with cut model is that it's effectively a permanent change. When you use cut model, you're actually cutting the STL into separate models, which has its advantages. I sometimes open Slick3R just to do that, just to be able to lop a model into parts. Well, no shit. One of them is broken. Oh, that's why. But the advantage of being able to do well, the advantage of being able to do this is that what if it turns out that this layer I made was off by 1 millimeter? Well, all I have to do is come in here and change this to 25, and come in here and change this to 25. There, I've now just shifted my cut 1 millimeter. While when you cut the model, you've got to redo that all over again. It's just nice to be able to dynamically do it like this. I guess it's more of an I'm used to kind of thing. It's less a necessary feature and more of I'm just used to doing it that way kind of thing. So if I had to do it a different way, I would just learn how to do it a different way. I definitely do not want to give up my variable process options here. Oh, I pissed something off. Yeah, it crashed again. Yeah, the crack for 4.1.2 is very crashy. It's a little buggy. Yeah, Prusa Slicer makes separate objects, which has its advantages. There's sometimes where I want to cut a piece off of a model, and Prusa Slicer lets me do that. Simplify 3D lets me cut vertically, but Simplify 3D does not let me cut horizontally. So in Prusa or Stick3R, I can cut horizontally if I want. I don't know. I'd like to see it. I haven't heard about it. As long as it's not going to be proprietary, so anybody can make nozzles for it, I'm okay with it. If it's proprietary, I'm not really interested. I like E3D. I buy their products. I don't like proprietary. Simplified 3D was updated last, 2 years ago? When 4.1.2 came out? It's been a while. They're probably dead. We're not likely to see another update from them, sadly. I was really hoping V5 would make it, but I don't see that happening. I assume you mean releasing, not leasing. Let's see. There is no had to. If they open sourced it, they can prevent anybody else from patenting it. All they gotta do is release it into the public domain, and nobody else can patent it. There you go. All right. I bet you Canadian politicians taste just as good as U.S. ones. Well, I certainly hope it has a heated bed, and it better be able to hit 110°C. Okay, so where would they have the news for Super Volcano? Oh, that's crazy. No, it's not an unfair move. It's unfair when compared to your business model, but it's not an unfair move. And I do understand that problem. Ah, there's tax benefits. That makes sense. Now, that kind of makes sense if there's see I see both sides of that, and I don't have a viable solution for both. On the one hand, without this ability for the idea being cloned and sold by third parties, we would not have 3D printing today. Okay, if you feel the need to patent something to protect it, fine. But here's the problem. I don't want your product. At least not as a standard. I don't want your product becoming a standard if it's under a patent, because that's really not that much different than what yes, the Ender 2 has a heated bed. What's the Chi2 box? That's no different than what Chi2 box is doing, because Chi2 box was able to lock down the market for their software and their screen combination, the LCD screens, the chipsets in the printers. They were able to exert control over the market. If you have a patent on something that becomes a standard, I want it cloned and sold by third parties, because I want options and I want affordability. You know, if your patent becomes a standard, you have control over the market I don't want you to have. Having control over your own product, I get that. But when your product is able to exert control over the market, now I have a problem with that. How do you win both? How do you give manufacturers protection to protect their inventions? Because E3D does invent stuff. They do add to the industry. But if it's patented, they're not adding to the industry. They're adding to their product base, but they're not adding to the industry. They're only adding to their product base, because I don't want a patented product as part of the industry, you know, as part of a standardized system, because now you're the only source. And if you're the only source, evil or not, you can exert control that I don't want you to have. Just like we don't want Chi2 box being able to force you to buy a pro version of their slicer, because all the goddamn resin printers use Chi2 box hardware, and Chi2 box can now adjust that hardware to prevent you from using a third-party slicer. You see the problem there? You know, the Chi2 box hardware became the standard. And now that it's the standard, they can adjust the hardware to only work with their software. You see the problem? So if you patent a 3D printing part and that part becomes the standard, you now have a monopoly control that I don't want you to have. I mean, I trust the people at E3D now. What about next year? 5 years? 10 years? Right? Patents are, in this industry, patents are a long time. 3D printing was invented like 25 years ago. You guys just never heard about it because it was locked down under patents. You know, when you're a company selling $40,000, $100,000 machines, you know, and $200 rolls of filament, well, you tend to want to protect that monopoly, don't you? So, I don't know how to reward that. I mean, I want companies to be rewarded for things they invent, but I don't want them to be able to put to grab the entire world by the short and curly balls and hold it for 20 years like Stratasys did. How do you prevent that? How do you get both? How do you reward good companies like E3D for their efforts without allowing them to lock down that effort for 17 years? How do you do that? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Because I like E3D. I like the company. I like their attitude. I like the way they do things. But I don't want a company that patents things to create standards. Because then you end up with Chi2 box. I mean, how many people, I mean, nothing against E3D. I love, like I said, I love the people. They're wonderful people. I think they do a lot of good for this hobby, for this industry. But E3D exists because a patent expired. E3D wouldn't exist if the patent that was protecting and strangling 3D printing didn't expire. And now they want a patent. I don't know. It's like I find it hilarious that secession is illegal under the Constitution, and yet that's exactly what we did when we formed the country and left Britain. No. I get the tax breaks. The tax breaks, I totally understand that. If they said, we're going to get a patent, but we're not going to enforce that patent because we just want the patent in order to have the, the benefits that are offered by our country. Oh, I totally understand that, but that's not what they're saying. This is what they're saying. See? This is what they want. Which means they're going to have to enforce their IP. This here is saying what happens if we don't protect our IP. So it's not that they want the patents just for the tax breaks. They also want to protect their IP. They're going to enforce and protect their patents. So there's potential problems with that, in my opinion, that I don't like. To me, you're creating a Cheeto box scenario. It's dangerous. But then again, if you invent something that's truly revolutionary, if you invent something that actually does improve the industry, you damn well should be rewarded for it. But not for 17 fucking years.
I hate being somebody's therapist.
So what is their new product? But their new product won't change the game. It won't change the game for 17 years. Because it'll be locked down for 17 years. You'll only be able to get it from them. Are they going to allow third parties to produce it for a nominal fee, charge a licensing fee, so that we can still get cheaper third-party alternatives that can become a standard? Are they going to do that? Probably not. They're probably going to want to maintain their profit margin. So the fee is going to be their profit margin. And I'm not a therapist. And it drives me nuts because I like E3D. Like, I really like the company. Where is this information on the new blog? So where's the new Oh, so there's no news article on this yet or anything? Make sure you're not violating an NDA by telling me anything. Well, there are plenty of problems with the way hot ends currently work today. The Bowden PTFE lined hot end system has its issues. But it's so simple and durable that we tend to live with it. Send me a link to that video later. It's one thing to patent a niche product, but if something's going to become a standard, well, you end up with 20 years of Stratasys. I would like to see them start limiting patents. I think patents should be... Michelle, don't yell. Michelle. You're yelling. She has her headphones on, so she couldn't hear me. um, I don't know. See, it's so hard because I like the company, so I want to see them succeed. But companies turn evil. I like Chitu Box too, and look what they did. You know, when you realize that, oh, we can make money doing that, priorities change. And you know, I just don't want to see. I don't want to go, oh my God, check that out. That is so cool. And then, yeah, well, it's gone for 17 years because there will be no innovation on that product except for what innovation comes from E3D. And, you know, as innovative as the company is, they are a limited pool of people. So the amount of innovation that can come out of them is limited. I mean, just look how far we got in 3D printing once the patent expired. I mean, look, we went from, in 5 years, we went from $100,000 machines and, you know, $200 rolls of filament to the ANET A8 to, you know, $200 incredibly reliable, super rigid 3D printers that can do stuff like this and $20 rolls of filament. PLA printing will never die out. There's no hint or indication that it'll ever die out. I wish it would, but in order for PLA printing to die out, we need a replacement for PLA that's as cheap as PLA, as easy to print as PLA, with a glass transition temperature above 90°C. That's what we need. Basically, we need ABS that's as cheap and easy as PLA. That's ultimately what we need. PETG's not enough. PETG only has about 4 degrees over PLA, and that's not enough. No, okay. In 5 years, the advancements weren't in the printing. The advancements were in the quality and the price of the printing. I mean, now, for $20 or $30, you can buy PLA plastic in any damn color you want. There's literally thousands of colors available, and almost all of them are dirt cheap. So we went from $200 rolls in black or white to $30 or less rolls in any color you could possibly imagine. We did that in 5 years. We also went from, you know, $100,000 machines or, you know, $10,000 machines to now $200 machines that will kick the ass of the $100,000 machines. Yeah, but if you don't have a heated chamber, you might have stress issues. Hey, Dennis. Now, don't get me wrong. The Stratasys machines are built to incredible tolerances. They are true industrial machines. Thank you. Thank you, 3D RCNC. They are built incredibly well. You know, if I had a chance to grab one and tinker with, you bet your ass I would. But a home user doesn't need that kind of industrial quality. You know, an Ender 3 is more than good enough for 99.9% of our uses. And you can get that for, you know, $200 because of the PTFE. You can't really go past 260C when you use a PTFE lined hot end. And to keep things simple, they use PTFE lined hot ends. Oh, that's interesting. I do wonder what they use. And the gloves. Apparently the gloves are also 3D printed. Well, the problem is the part of the resin that is toxic is the critical part of the resin. It's the photopolymer. It's the actual part that allows the UV light to turn it from a liquid into a solid. That's the part that's toxic. Well, what I want is for somebody to just make a better PLA. I want a $20 roll of plastic that I can get in any color I want that can handle outside temperatures in the car. That's all I want. Basically, I want ABS PLA. If somebody can make an ABS plastic that was as easy to print and as cheap to print as PLA, they would revolutionize the industry, because that's the only problem we have right now. Now, a part like this can handle a lot of temperature. A part like this is thick. It's got structure. It's got tons of structure. But a part like this, a part like this or this can't handle any temperature. I mean, look at this. Even this part already got warped because I print these parts in vase mode. See? And that's just because the glass transition temperature of PLA is so low. Especially when you're doing a vase mode print like that. It gets warped. No, it's not, because you have to heat treat it. And heat treating doesn't work for parts like this. Not unless you have a positive mold to stick the part in, so it can't change temperature, so it can't change shape while you're, while you're tempering the part. No, that doesn't work. It needs to be that way off the print bed. I mean, I imagine it's possible, just somebody has to figure out how to do it. You're talking about being able to take, high temperature PLA. You take PLA and you put it in the oven. Yeah, try putting that in the oven. Try putting any of these parts in the oven. Yeah, it's not going to work. They'll come out misshapen. Exactly. You'd have to salt encase them. And now, good luck telling your everyday person that, oh yeah, you're going to have to learn to pack these parts in salt. And by the way, that still won't work for this because it's hollow. So there's that process can help with certain parts. Like, for example, this part here, these parts, that would help with. But these parts don't need it. The parts that need it, it's a pain in the ass to do. The problem with paste extrusion is limited on what you can extrude and limited on need. Basically people who are dicking around with food is the only people who need it. Maybe I'll have to learn more about it. And I also have to, be careful with etiquette. I do like the company. I don't want to piss them off. But I don't get nothing from them. They don't send me anything, but still, I like the company. It worries me. It concerns me, especially if it becomes a standard. If it's a niche, who cares? You just buy it from them. But if it becomes a standard and it takes off, now they have a stranglehold, just like Stratasys did. Oh, cool. Micro Swiss 3D. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. I see there are existing ones. Is there a link on Living Dead Girl? News. So here we go. Well, that's interesting. What's the advantage? That looks very complicated. Oh, shortening the filament path. .41 millimeters is pretty damn short. Some people are making a big stink about her being in the news, but I don't know anything about her. Somebody who got killed in Utah or something like that. I love here. Gabby Petito. TikTok influencers are getting famous off her death. Don't bitch about TikTok influencers getting famous off the death of a person. The goddamn news stations have been doing it for 50 years. That's how you make money. It might not be nice, but that's how you make money. You run with whatever is currently the in thing, whatever gets the ratings, so to speak. Initial autopsy confirmed remains. Oh, wonderful. People are crazy. This looks prettier. Or maybe it's a trifecta and somebody killed him too. The lizard people are after him. I'm kind of interested in this. This is kind of interesting. Right hand action. This is pretty interesting though. I'm kind of digging this. Getting the filament path down to 41 millimeters that's going to be pretty nice for all metal hot ends, because the longer the filament path, the more likely to jam. And also, the shorter the filament path, theoretically, the better your tolerances are. So you're going to have less slop during retractions, which should be able to reduce how much retraction you need. And that's the only thing that does worry me. They are a little complicated. And but for flexibles, that's going to be pretty impressive. And also, just for filament control, that's going to be pretty impressive. Okay, here's the thing. Here's why this is so interesting. All filament is flexible. Okay, so when you push the filament, so here's your, let's call this your nozzle. Okay, so this is the nozzle, and this is your filament. So you're pushing this filament through this nozzle. Now, what they're talking about with filament path is the distance from the nozzle to the gears that grab the filament. So on a Bowden setup, that's all the way back here. On a direct drive setup, it's about here. Okay, so here's your hot end, and here's your feeder extruder motor, and then here's your two gears pushing your filament. The distance from the gears to the nozzle is what matters. Okay, that's what they're talking about when they say 41 millimeters. What they're saying is they've got their distance from gears to filament path down to about this. How accurate is that? They've got it down to that. So they're saying that here's the nozzle and here's your gear drive. That's impressive, because the way filament works is the gears grab the filament and push the filament. All right, so the filament gets pushed out the nozzle like this. This is your push, this is your retract. All right, well, all filaments, even the stiffest filament you have, is flexible. One of the reasons you need so much retraction is because when you push, the filament bends. Even if it's just a tiny bit. This is exaggerated. All right, but if you have a Bowden tube, a PTFE tube, that PTFE tube is bigger than the filament. So when you push, the filament bends just a little bit inside that PTFE tube. And it does it multiple times. It bends here, then it bends here, then it bends here, then it bends here, then it bends here. So you create a snake inside the PTFE tube. You think, well, how much can it move? There's a half a millimeter deviation there. Well, let's say you get a 1/10 of a millimeter deviation. But in that 8 inches of Bowden tube, it bends back and forth 10 times. That's 1/10 of a millimeter times 10 bends. That's a 1 millimeter deviation. So you've told it to push, you've told it to retract 1 millimeter. That means you've retracted 0. Because the first millimeter of retraction is undoing the bends inside the Bowden tube. Then, after you've retracted 1 millimeter, now you're actually pulling filament out of the hot end. So you have to undo all the kinks first, and then you're actually pulling filament out of the hot end. In flexible filament, this is 10 times worse. Because instead of getting 10 deviations, you might get, 100 deviations. Exactly. That's why a Bowden needs 7 or 8 millimeters sometimes of retraction. On some of the bigger deltas, 10 millimeters. That's why you need so much retraction sometimes. That also limits the hot end you can use. Because if you wanted to use an all-metal hot end, one of the things you don't want to do is to pull the filament out of the hot end. And when you do that, you now end up with a thicker, expanded piece of filament that won't go back in. Because the filament expands. Now you can't push it back in. Instant clog. That's why on all-metal hot ends, you'll say you need to limit your retraction, even if it causes stringing, because the filament is hot inside there. So if you pull back too much, the filament will expand outside of the hot end just a little bit, and now you can't push it back in. That's why you use direct drive for those kind of setups. So by having a 41 millimeter hot end path from the drive unit to the hot end, you basically have no deviation. That would allow almost perfect control of filament retraction. So in theory, the only expansion you'll have is oozing, the thermoplastic itself expanding. That would be the only deviation you'd have. That'd be pretty impressive. In theory, that could really allow very, very good extrusion control. And very good extrusion control means better zitting, better seams, less stringing, more accurate filament control, meaning your parts will actually be more accurate. That's potentially very cool. That's potentially very, very, very cool. We'll have to see if they can actually execute. If you can actually... there's one thing is to be able to do something, but do you actually have the means to take advantage of it? If you have the means to take advantage of it, then the potential benefits are actually pretty cool. So I look forward to that. I'd be interested in playing with that. When printing something like this, it don't matter. It really doesn't matter when you're printing something big and coarse and rough like this. But there are some things where I could see that being exceptionally advantageous. Ooh, somebody sent me some stickers. I like stickers. Nice. Thank you, Dennis. I look forward to getting those. Exactly. That's really impressive. There's a lot of potential there. So we'll see. It'll be interesting. Oh, sorry. So I actually look forward to that. There's a lot of potential there. But yeah, the resin box, I'm impressed. It looks nice. Came in a nice small package, as you saw. Came in a nice small box. That's actually a retail ready box, so it's a nice pretty box. It looks good lit up. The only issue we had was the switch was backwards, so you could open it halfway up and still have the light be on. All we did was flip the switch over. So thank you, Mr. Made in the 80s. We flipped the switch over, and now you can't even open it a half an inch, and it turns off, which is what you want. You don't want kids going, oh, what's in there? Because the light will hurt their eyes. Simple but effective. Little, why the hell isn't that on video? Simple but effective little controller to set the time and turn it on and off. It just works well. I mean, for $36, you can't complain about that. I'm going to use it. I would like to see multi-spectrum LEDs in there. I noticed most of the big units have a 2 different frequencies of LEDs. I don't know if that is more effective to have 2 different frequencies, or if they're more effective simply because they're more powerful. I'm not sure. So I'll have to test it with a few curings. We'll have to see how that works out. Now, one thing I would like to see, I would like to see that LED array be twice as long, because I'd like to see that LED array wrap around the top here, so that I have a little strip on the top there, and I'd also like to see a little strip down here underneath the glass. So maybe take another one of those 6 LED strips and cut it in half and put 3 up top and 3 on the bottom. This way you don't, because sometimes when you're curing a part in a setup like this, you have to cure it for a certain amount of time. Oh, put some stripping on there too. See how that opens up there? Yeah, put some of this stripping you have here on the back edge of that, and the front edge too. Yeah, put a little stripping back there so that you don't get this, so the light can't come out. So yeah, I'd do that. A little bit of stripping, not a big deal. Just, it would be nice. Put a piece of this strip back there. But put 3 LEDs on top and 3 LEDs under the turntable, so that you're curing the bottom of the model and the top of the model, and then the rotation will handle curing all sides of the model. I would like to see that added. Maybe have a pro version of this, charge an extra 10 or 15 bucks and have a pro version, and in the pro version add a magnetic lock closure for the lid, add a 3 LED to the top and the bottom, and maybe make this 2 inches taller. Allow me to put a 225 millimeter object in here for the larger printers. Or maybe just make the whole thing bigger for people who want a large version. Build the controller into the face of the door, like I was suggesting earlier. Make that a pro version. And this way you can charge a little bit more for it to pay for the improvements in the thing. As far as this model here, to keep it the same price, what changes would I make? I can't really think of any. It's pretty complete like it is. There's not really a need to add more. You're going to dramatically add to the cost doing that, unless you could metalize it with Mylar. If you can metalize it with Mylar, that might work. Does reflected UV work as well as direct UV? I don't know. That's a good question. That might help with the getting the underside and the top. I don't know if it will help, but it might. But also, one of the things I like is the fact that this glows when it's plugged in, and if you metalize the inside, it would no longer glow. And the glowing not only looks nice, but it's an instant clear indicator it's running. You know this thing's on. But yeah, they do have reflectors in tanning beds. But how much of that's science and how much of that it sounds good, so let's do it. You have a great day, 3DRCNC. Yeah, for the $36 kit, there's not a whole lot that's needed. There's a difference between something I want and something I need. You know, I want a magnetic closure. I want an integrated controller. I want a fan. I want extra LEDs. But those things aren't needed. Meaning, they're not a flaw in the design. The design is fine. Yeah, I can't really think of anything that would be a necessary, a need. Little stick-on feet for the bottom to make it a little rubbery so it doesn't slide around as easy, because this slides around really easy because it's just acrylic. So some little rubber feet would be nice. Not necessary, but would be nice. I mean, they even made one of these screw holes a slot, so you can actually adjust the position of the switch to get that tolerance down nice. Yeah, flip the switch. That's the one improvement that I say is actually mandatory. I gotta ask them to see if that's common. Maybe this one got flipped, but the switch definitely needs to be up, not down, so that it turns off right away. PayPal's accepting crypto. That's interesting. You know they're going to take a big chunk of that. Delete these messages I don't need. You found Vince. Well, go to the site. It's amazon.com/GP/ the name of the program. And if you got an invite, you'll be able to sign right in. That would be for a pro version. Because remember, this is $36. So that would be a pro version thing. But because it's white, you can do that with a sticker. Slap a sticker on there. Now, custom side panels would be a pretty cool mod for somebody here in the US to offer. Because once you have the CAD file made up for how to make the side panel, that'd be pretty easy to do. You know, a sticker guy. Yeah. I need a big, 5-inch sticker to, something where it's partially see-through, so it'll light up. Translucent. But, for $36 on Amazon, Prime shipped, I got no complaints. The only issue is to fix the switch. I actually, at first, when I saw rubber bands to hold together, I was like, that's going to suck. After putting it together, I prefer it over screws. There's several reasons why. One, it's easy. I mean, just done. You saw me put it together. It was stupid easy. The other thing I like is that it makes it cheaper. In order to make this screw together, you would need blocks or brackets or something that would allow you to do that. Or you'd have to have more cutouts with those nuts and bolts that go partially into the acrylic. You've seen them. They're a real pain in the ass. That's a real pain to build. This, it's all flat stock. It's all flat pieces with no special brackets. The pieces simply insert. There's indents on each end so the rubber band stays put, and just you put the rubber band on. Very, very convenient, very easy. That would not work for a 3D printer because you need more rigidity for a 3D printer. But for something like this, there's no visible slop that I can detect. I mean, it's rigid. It's more than rigid enough for this. So I'm impressed by that. Another thing you could do, and this is something you could do that would actually be affordable. You could probably do it by adding less than $1 to the price, multiple colors. Do it in pink, blue, orange, purple, green, just different color acrylic. People would get a kick out of that. Maybe even have a clear one. Use that, it would be maybe a pro model because that material is a lot more expensive. But maybe just the front panel out of that UV blocking material that the The covers for the resin printers come made in. You know, make one out of that material so that the whole thing would be transparent. That'd be pretty cool too. Yeah, I imagine they would. You get 4 extras, and you can go to the Dollar Tree and buy more. I can get 500 of them at Dollar Tree for $1, so that's okay. I don't imagine they're going to fail in the next couple of years. They should last a decent amount of time, and they're not regular rubber. Where's that little baggie? It's not rubber like a normal rubber band. I probably knocked it over. It's a different kind of material. It might be silicone. It's definitely not. It's definitely not normal rubber. You know. So this is I think it's some kind of silicone. It feels like silicone. It's not rubber like rubber bands. Yeah, it is an O-ring. It's round. It's an O-ring. There it goes. So I don't think they're going to dry out anytime soon. Hey, Daryl. They see easy to put on. So they're not going to dry out like rubber bands do. It's probably product lifespan part there. It'll probably last as long as the product will last. How many packages do I got coming today? 1, a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 packages today. So I'll probably go over there and get them. Maybe. I might wait till tomorrow because we got a bunch more coming in tomorrow. Yeah, I'm impressed. I like it. I'm very happy with that. If I set up multiple stations, I might even get a second one. I got this for free. So this was sent to me from Vince. So I didn't pay for this. I got it for nothing. That's proper disclosure. Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday tend to be stack days. Like, for example, very few things come in Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So you end up getting a whole bunch on Tuesday. And then usually also a whole bunch on Thursday. The busy days are Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So the packages for the entire week tend to bunch up on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I could probably tell you what will be coming. Let's see. Tuesday, Friday, Tuesday, Saturday, Friday, Friday. Let's see what's coming today. I got another one of those time-lapse cameras. That's awesome. I have like 4 of them now. Clearly, that's an OEM product that multiple manufacturers make because they're all identical. I got a bunch of free laundry detergent and a bunch of free drain cleaner. I was like, hell yeah, I'll take that. Let's see. IBC covers will be here tomorrow. Oh, I got super lucky. I got this Ninja. $279 Ninja foodie pressure cooker, steam fryer. You bet your ass I snatched that. Especially because I missed my rice cooker. I have a rice cooker I got from Vince. Works great. You know, no problems. You know, as far as function. But then it failed. Like, it turned on and then didn't turn off. So once it finished evaporating all the moisture, it began melting itself. So I contacted them and said, okay, we got a new version coming. You know, give us a couple months. So I waited a couple months. They came through. They sent me a new one. And the new one fails as well. So here's how it fails. The way it's supposed to work is you press cook. It runs for 20 or 30 minutes. I don't know if it's a timed program or if it can sense when it's done, but it runs for 20 or 30 minutes, and then it turns off. And it goes dee-dee-dee, and it goes into warming mode. It then runs at low power and keeps the rice warm. Works great. The rice cooks beautifully soft. It's super fluffy. It's the best rice I've ever gotten out of a machine. It does a good job. And then, you know, when you go to it, it's still, I went to it 3 hours later, it was still warm. It was wonderful. It worked very well. But now, here's how I think it's failing. Because I think the first one failed the same way and I didn't notice it. So, I was cooking with it. The first time, ran fine. It cooked. It went to warming mode. No problem. Done. I turned it off. Took my rice out. The next day, I made another batch of rice. This time, I heard the beeping sounded weird. It was... Instead of, you know, dee 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 or whatever it does, it was dee 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 dee. And I was like, why is it doing that? And then it stopped. And I was like, oh, it must be fine. And I was like, yeah, let me go check this. And I went over to check it. It popped the GFI. So when it finished cooking and it went from, you know, cooking to stay warm, it popped the GFI outlet. So I reset the GFI outlet, and the machine turned on and immediately started cooking. I was like, that's not good. I hit the off button, nothing. The buttons don't work anymore. I unplugged it, plugged it back in. Now, when I unplugged it, I could hear the relay disengage. When I plugged it back in, I could hear the relay re-engage, and it went right back to cooking. It's stuck on cook, and you can't turn it off except to unplug it. And now, if you unplug it for long enough, like 12 hours, it resets. The buttons start working again. You can hit cook, it'll cook, but then it blows the GFI at the end of the cycle and gets stuck in cook mode again. And I guarantee you that's how the first one melted down. Yeah, well, it doesn't get hot enough to do that. Not enough power. It probably doesn't get enough power. I think it's like 600 watts. Michael, I'm a reviewer. Okay, I don't want a dangerous appliance in my house, and I want the appliance to work correctly. Oh, I did. It cooked the rice until it was black. I keep trying to clean out the nonstick bucket, and it's not going to work. It's done. Now, the second one didn't get damaged because I realized something was not working right. But I have a feeling that's exactly what happened with the first one, except that it didn't pop the GFI outlet. So, you know, for me, that's important for me to be able to tell the viewers, hey, there's a problem with this thing. You know, be careful. You know, so now I'm in the process of making a video. They want me to make a video of the failure so they can see what's happening. But that's 2 in a row, separated by months. So it's a completely different batch. A new batch shipped over from China. So there's something wrong in the device somewhere. You know, first of all, it's causing an internal fault large enough to trip the GFI outlet. And second, it's the worst possible failure mode. It's failing on. If you're going to have a device fail, no, it's a brand new GFI outlet. It's a 20 amp GFI outlet. It is a full-time job. Yes, it is. But when a device fails, ideally you want the device to fail off, not fail on. You know, because when you fail on, that's when things burn down. But whatever's failing, it's failing hard enough to trip the GFI. And then, after that, it is stuck in on. Like, even when you unplug it and plug it back in, it goes back to full power cook mode. Yeah, that good point. Failing off there would be really, really bad. Do you guys carry a spare? Like, do you have a spare regulator on you for just that eventuality? Holy dude, use my link, please. Nerisse.com, and then just bookmark my website, Nerisse.com. Don't bookmark the Amazon links, but Nerisse.com, and then go to this link right here. I keep a simple link right on the front. So right there, Amazon shopping page. So just go to Nerisse.com and just click on that, and then you go buy whatever you want. And I'll get credit, man. I mean, holy shit. I make a commission every time you buy something using Amazon. Well, the wording I'm supposed to use, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. You cannot bookmark that link. You can bookmark Nerisse.com, but you cannot bookmark the Amazon link. So you just go to Nerisse.com, click on the Amazon link. I appreciate it. That's my primary income source. That's how I make my money. Well, pre-pandemic. Since the pandemic, you can actually see it on my Amazon. You know, $700, $780, $800. In February, I made $787. And then March, when the lockdown started, $200. And it's been $200 since. Ouch. That hurts. By the way, you can do Amazon affiliate and a Smile. You can do both, I believe. So you can set your, maybe not, the Smile might override. I'm not sure. Like I do all my purchases through Smile for the NAR, for the National Association of Rocketry. Oh wow. That sucks, dude. Is it something that can be fixed, or is it permanent? But shit, anybody who shops a lot on Amazon, just Nerisse.com. You know, that's my homepage right there. Nerisse.com. And then click on the Amazon shopping page. I think I have that going to my... It just goes to the Amazon homepage. So it basically just takes you to the Amazon homepage. That's all. That's all it does. And then I get a commission every time you buy something, and then I get to keep, you know, paying the bills. I get to keep doing this because I do not want to go get a regular job. I hate it. Just ugh. Well, we all have severely damaged brains. We're all just a little crazy. Anybody who's not a little crazy is not normal. Oh, okay. We're not going to go politics, but it's related to politics, but it's non-political. It's fascinating. Somebody may have figured out why the United States is certifiably insane. And it's legit. It's not biased. It's not political. Smile is the ability to basically use an affiliate link for a charity. So, for example, my Smile charity is the NAR, the National Association of Rocketry. Nothing to do with the NRA. So every time I make a purchase, the NAR gets a little cut. Just like I get a cut when you use my link. What's an EEV blog? Now, you know, the rest of the world looks at the United States of America and goes, are you guys okay? Please don't nuke us. Okay, because we're a little nuts. Okay, it's very clear when you look at from within the United States, you don't notice this because you live here. But the rest of the world looks at the United States and they are concerned because we're a little crazy. And somebody may have figured out why we're crazy. And it might be a legit medical condition. You're not going to believe this. Lead poisoning. I'm not kidding. Think about it. It was what, late 60s, early 70s that we finally realized just how, well, we accepted how dangerous lead is, and we began a mass operation to remove lead from everything. It was in paint. It was in makeup. It was in some food products at some point in time. It was in our gasoline being spewed out of our tailpipe. We were literally ingesting mass quantities of lead on a daily basis. Not enough to kill you, but enough to fuck with your head. Okay? Now, we stopped doing that. So the current generations don't have that problem. But all the people who run this country, look how old they are. They start at 60, and many of them are in their 70s and their 80s. Which means the first half of these people's lives were when lead was in everything. So the current theory is, look at Biden, look at Trump, look at Pelosi, look at McConnell, look at all of them. I legitimately have not watched the news since 2001. The last time I actually sat down in front of a TV and watched the news was when somebody said, hey, come look at this. Because the World Trade Towers had been crashed into with the airplanes, the terrorist attack in 2011. And so this past year, someone said, just listen to these people. And I love it. I listened to McConnell speaking. He's the Republican lead for the Senate. And I listened to Pelosi speaking. She's the Democratic lead for the House. And I was like, they're both nuts. Like, you can just... I guess because I've never listened to them before, it was obvious to me. Maybe it's not so obvious to average people who listen to them every day. But, oh God. No, a lot of the rest of the world removed lead from a lot of their stuff long before we did. On top of that, the infrastructures of the rest of the world are fundamentally different from ours. For example, they don't use that much gasoline in Europe, at least in the past. They were primarily diesel. Diesel cars are very common in Europe because you get more fuel economy. So, because the taxes on fuel in Europe are very, very high. So diesel cars were very common in Europe. Also, in the past especially, stick-built, sheetrock-covered painted walls are not common in Europe. Not 50 years ago. A lot of the structures in Europe are stone. So even if you are using leaded paint, you're not going to have as much of it. Even if you are using leaded gasoline, you're not going to have as much of it. And hey, maybe Hitler was crazy because he had lead poisoning. There are plenty of crazy people in your guys' histories as well. And you still use a lot of stone today. Here, we don't have a lot of stone. So we use, our common resource here is wood. So we use wood for everything. So not only do you guys use less of this stuff, but I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure you began to remove lead from your products earlier than we did. You guys tend to be a little ahead of us on that kind of stuff. But if you look at when these people, these 70, 80-year-old people who are controlling this country, if you look at when they grew up, it was when lead was everywhere. So and look at some of our older population in this country. Some of the people who are crazy, it's theoretically a legitimate, viable answer. You know, maybe these people all have a mild case of lead poisoning. The symptoms all seem to fit. Actually, that was mercury. Mad as a Hatter. The reason they call Mad Hatters is because hatters, people who made hats, were mad. They were crazy. And the reason is the hats were typically made of felt, and you formed felt. You made felt form into a shape by using mercury. You would dip it in mercury, and that would help you form the hat into a shape. Well, that's probably not enough lead to matter. It's like people complaining about the lead that's in a brass nozzle. If you ate the nozzle, you're not getting any lead. You can eat it, and you're not going to get any lead. Not to speak of the literal molecules worth that get transferred to a print. So yeah, I know they didn't have PPE 200 years ago. No, they were just your hands right into mercury, and actually your hands in mercury is not that dangerous unless it's amorphous mercury. If it's amorphous, you're dead. It's that simple. You touch it, you're dead. But molecular mercury, you know, regular mercury is actually not that dangerous. Yeah, the danger is ingesting it or inhaling it. That's when it gets real bad. But you dip your hands in it every goddamn day, you're going to build up exposure. And heavy metal poisoning, like lead poisoning, like mercury poisoning, is cumulative. It builds up in your system and it does not go away. So if you handle it long enough, you're eventually going to build up enough of it to affect you or kill you. So the theory is that these older people in government, and we say government because they're the ones we notice. It's affecting a lot of other old people as well, but we notice the ones in government because they affect us directly. You know, the guy living down the street who's going slightly crazy, we don't notice because we don't interact with him. So you have when the Mad Hatters, they would go mad because of the mercury they were interacting with. So that's literally where Mad Hatter or Mad as a Hatter came from. Oh, I also figured out where asshat came from. One of my favorite hobbies is etymology. I love looking up etymology. It's just fun. That's basically the source of something. Where did something come from? Oh, really? Huh. That's crazy. Well, you Brits are a little nuts. I mean, think about it. If there's another country as nuts as us, it's Britain. We go hand in hand, baby. We're all nuts. There you go. Your X-ray vision won't work on me, buddy. So, the theory is that a lot of our older generation has a very mild case of lead poisoning. I thought titanium oxide was good for white. I didn't know they used lead for that. Huh. And lead-based paint isn't dangerous until you start licking it. And people say, why would you lick it? Well, because that's what children do. They stick things in their mouth. And the problem is, lead is sweet. They actually used to use lead. You want to know why some of the kings and rulers in our past, hello Britain, you want to know why some of those kings and rulers were absolutely certifiably insane? Because for a time, they would use lead as a seasoning on food. Because lead was sweet. It tastes like sugar. And that's why kids, you know, sure, a kid licks a wall, no big deal, right? But then the kid figures out, oh, that's sweet. So he keeps licking the wall for years until he grows old enough to stop doing that. So that's where the theoretical danger comes in for that. So the theory is that a lot of these older people have a very mild case of lead poisoning, and the symptoms that we see in them today are a result of that lead poisoning. It fucks with your brain. So, the United States might become more sane in about 20 years when a bunch of these people die off finally. Getting worms in their bare feet and making them stupid. It's a legit theory. How does that work? Well, SJW, first of all, SJWs taste good. PC SJWs are delicious. Okay, let's just get that cleared up here. But that's part of the pendulum swing. We have a society today that revolves around slavery. The problem is it's a hidden slavery. The slaves don't realize they're slaves. And that's one of the worst kinds of slavery. At least the black dude on the cotton plantation knows he's a slave. He knows his place in life. He knows his position. He knows how bad it is. I will. That's interesting. I want to look that up. I go down those rabbit holes all the time. They're fun. Today, we have 60% of the country living in poverty. And, no. We're talking about handing out lead poisoning to the government. Because that's what we think is wrong with them. We think they're all suffering from dementia from mild lead poisoning from their childhoods. The Matrix. There you go. So, the other interesting thing is that it's kind of weird. I'm starting to learn what these terms are. In the past, I didn't really know what was meant by liberal, conservative, left, right. Like, what the fuck is left wing and right wing? What the hell does that mean? Well, apparently left wing means you lean liberal, and right wing means you lean conservative. I'm still not 100% sure on what exactly the differences are between liberal and conservative. I don't know what that means. Because I'm normal. Well, at least in this respect, I'm normal. I'm not extreme in this respect. When it comes to dealing with citizens, I'm very liberal. When it comes to dealing with the Constitution and rights and freedoms, I'm very conservative. But I think I'm using the dictionary definition of those words and not the political definition of those words. I think politically, the liberal and conservative mean very different things. The thing is, in this country, we don't have any liberals. There are basically no liberals in the United States of America. And that's one of the reasons why we're so weird. Okay? People say, well, Democrats. Democrats aren't liberal. Democrats are centrist. Yeah, exactly. We have no liberals. If you create a line and you have the center of that line being centrist, okay, and then is this your left? That's your right. So on your left, you have liberal and you have conservative, and this is your range, okay? So if you're in between liberal conservative, you're centrist. You're a mixture of both. And so this is the left-hand side for you guys. So this would be liberals. This would be conservatives. Well, in the United States, we don't have, is it left side? Yeah. We don't have any liberals. We have centrists. And then we have conservatives all the way out here. Okay? So what we actually have, we don't even have conservatives. What we have is centrists and extremist conservatives. And because our conservatives are so extreme conservative, it makes our centrists look liberal, but only relative to the conservatives. Okay? To the rest of the world, we're not liberal conservative. To the rest of the world, we're centrist and extremist conservative. And Correct. It's indoctrinated into us, and that's on purpose. I was born and raised Republican. Not anymore. I'm neither now. Well, that's because we don't look at ourselves on a finite scale. We don't look at ourselves on a finite scale. We look at ourselves relative to each other. So, what am I relative to that guy? Well, I am liberal relative to that guy, or I am conservative relative to that guy. But when you take the global average and you actually put it on a finite line of conservatives, centrist, and liberal, even Bernie Sanders is mostly centrist. Racism is money. Racism is money. It's greed. And well, the problem with the Democratic Party is they're not liberal enough. They actually need to be a little bit closer to extreme liberal. Because okay, let's say I want something on a scale of 1 to 10. Okay? And you want 1 and I want 10. And if there's a bunch of us who want 1 and a bunch of us who want 10, let's compromise. Where do we end up? Well, we end up at 5. Okay? But if a bunch of us want 15 and you're okay with 8, where do you end up? Well, you end up at 12. But where you want to be is 5. You want to be in the middle. Ultimately, racism is learned. It is something you are taught. The problem with racism is it's actually based in a legitimate instinct. Okay? Animals tend to be leery about anything that is different from them because they haven't determined whether it's a threat or not. All right? Well, black people are different from me, so I'm leery of them. That is an automatic response, but that response does not have a malicious component. I am leery of you, I'm cautious of you, but I don't like you and I don't hate you. I'm just cautious. That's the instinct. Now, of course, the moment you open your mouth and I realize, oh, you're just a human being like me, well, then that caution goes away when I realize that we're fine. You're not a threat to me. Okay? But that's the kernel of basis in our genetic makeup that allows racism to be so powerful. Anything past that, tentative caution is taught. It's a learned response. It's something we learn from our parents, from our society, from our community. And because we segregate our communities, we reinforce it. That was intentional. Now, racism has nothing to do with superiority. It's purely greed. You know, the people up north developed technology faster than the people down at the equator. So there became a technological divide between the typical white person and the typical black person in the world, thousands of years ago. They were still tribal. We had started developing agriculture and weapons and guns and stuff like that, bows and arrows and whatever. And we were greedy and we wanted cheap labor. So we captured these people and used them as slaves for cheap labor. Now, that's just pure greed. That has nothing to do with racism. That's just, I have a gun and you don't. I have a bow and arrow or ballista and you don't. I have ships, you don't. So I'm going to enslave you. Okay? That has nothing to do with racism. But now they have to justify the slavery to the population. Now, we're talking thousands of years ago. We're not talking about today. Today, it's all politics. We're talking about thousands of years ago when the first slaves happened. Well, remember, this is very general history, and a lot of this is my logical deduction. I think most of it's accurate. I could be wrong. Okay? So, we realized that we have to justify this because remember what I said originally. Ooh, black person, caution. Oh, you're okay. You're a normal person. Okay, that's the natural instinct. So they had to build on that natural instinct to justify slavery for profit because they realized that as soon as people began to realize that these were just normal people, they'd be like, why are you enslaving them? Slavery's wrong. Okay, so we had to create a justification for enslaving them. So we called them animals. We called them heathens. We called them inferior human beings. They're not people. These are just animals that look like people. They're savages. You know, we actually built the word savages into our laws when we formed this country so that we can justify the things we did to the Native Americans here. Because it's not just for black people. It's for anybody not us. It's for any group of people we don't like. Black is just the obvious one because, well, they're black. So it's a very obvious difference. The difference between a Native American is a lot less, and the difference between a Chinese or an Irish person is a whole lot less. So we created this narrative that these savages, that these people were animals, they weren't people. We created that narrative to justify using them as slaves and to get our population centers to accept it, to get the people at home to accept what you're doing with these people as slaves. So that was all pure greed. And it was a pure fiction we created just out of greed. There was no racism there. That evolved into racism. That narrative of they're savages, they're not people, they're less human than us, that is what became racism. Initially, it was just, these aren't human beings, we want to enslave them and use them for our profit. But the narrative they used to justify it became what we call racism today. And now that racism is built into the very nature of our culture and society. It's built into every aspect of our society. And very hard to get rid of. It's very difficult to get rid of something like that. It takes generations. Yeah, they were sold by their own people. Well, because those people, those black people who were in charge realized, oh my God, I can sell these guys to those guys and they're going to take them away on a boat. So take all the people I don't like, take my political, opponents, my political enemies, and sell them off into slavery. And now I can rule without interference. Yeah, it was all greed. But you got to remember, it also happened to Native Americans who aren't black. It also happened to Irish people. It also happened to Chinese people. I mean, any group of people we didn't like, so we would come up with a reason to justify it and use that to enslave them and harm them because we didn't like them. Liberia, yes. I read the history on that. It blew my mind. It blew my freaking mind. It's like, are you kidding me? I mean, okay, here's something else to think about. This is going to blow your mind. Abortion. Now, at this point, I don't care if you're pro-life or pro-choice. That's irrelevant to this discussion. The whole abortion debacle is racism. The whole reason the Republican Party harps on abortion is racist. The whole thing is racist in founding and purpose. I haven't read the book yet. I've read synopsises. I want to get it. Matter of fact, I'm going to go look for it after I'm done here. I keep forgetting to order a copy. The people in this country, the white people in this country, realize that they have a big problem. We have a lot of black people, and they're having a lot of babies. The number of white people relative to the number of black people is declining, and that's dangerous. They were worried that if they didn't do something about this, this would no longer be white man's country. This would become black man's country because there'd be more of them than us. That was how they were thinking. That's how sick and demented these people are, because that's the way they were thinking about this. So, some countries, they encourage people to give birth to more babies. They pay them to have babies. Well, we can't do that in this country because the way our laws are written up, we'd have to give the black women money too. So we would just increase the number of babies they have too. And then, okay, well, you bring in immigrants. Well, the problem is the majority of the immigrants that want to come here are non-white. So that doesn't fix our problem. So we have to figure out a way of forcing people to have more babies. You see, one of the consequences of a wealthier, better off society is actually a reduction in the birth rate. We don't have as much of a need to have more babies, and babies are a lot of work and cost a lot of money. So we were slowing down our reproductive rate. Just as a natural consequence of society evolving and civilization improving, the birth rate goes down in some aspects. Yet poorer people tend to have more babies. Less self-control, less access to doctors, less access to medical things like, birth control and stuff like that. And also children can help. In a lot of societies, you have children to help with the family. Exactly. So they call it the birth dearth. And so what they're doing, the reason they are pro-life, the only reason they're pro-life, is because it's the white women who are having less babies. So by being pro-life, what you're actually being is, we want to force white women to carry babies to term so that we don't lose the numbers race in our population density, because we need more white babies. It's and they're afraid of this, and that's where it comes from. This whole entire pro-life thing is racist. It comes from racism, and don't tell me it's because they care about life. It's not bullshit. Don't tell me they care about life. Don't tell me they care about the baby, because they instantly stop caring about that baby the moment it's born. The moment the baby's born, all help disappears. They don't care about it anymore. They only care about it while it's in the womb, because that's when it's important. They want to increase their numbers. Now, is this full of shit? Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not a genealogist. I don't know if this will actually, I don't know if the birth dearth is real. I don't know if this will have any impact on, the number of white and black people in the country. I'm not telling you this is fact. That's right. Because Democrats are pro-choice, while Republicans are pro-life. But the Republicans don't want you to have a choice. They want to force you to have the baby, because it's the white people who don't want to have babies. So they want to force white people to have babies so we can continue to outnumber black people. Now, is that reality? Is that true? Would that actually help with the numbers? I don't know. You'd have to ask a university person that. I don't know. What I'm telling you is, this is what they think. I'm not telling you that this will increase the number of white people born. I'm telling you, these people think it will, and that's why they push it. Just like we think black people were inferior, therefore it's okay to enslave them. That's obviously wrong. Oh, yes, they do. 72% white, 12.8% black. It's a 12% to 72% ratio, which is why they've been doing things like this for the last 50 years. Last 100 years. Because they were looking at these predictions of numbers 100 years ago. Actually, some religions are kind of against birth control. And it's a little harder to be against birth control, because if I said birth control was wrong because it's not a pro-life choice, if I said birth control was murder because you're preventing it from being born, well, then choosing not to have sex would also be murder. So they can only push this psychotic narrative so far. Okay? They can only push that psychotic narrative so far. So that's why they have to pick a point. A heartbeat, like what Texas is doing right now. That's why they can't say, they can't be against birth control, although they kind of are. That's why they got rid of Planned Parenthood, because they don't want people to have access to birth control. They don't want them to have a choice. They just can't be open about it because their bigotry would be more exposable if they were open about it. So there's only a certain point you can push this. So I'm not saying this is true. I'm not saying that this is actually how it'll happen, that it'll actually shift the black and white births. I'm not saying that's reality. What I'm saying is these people think it is. These people think it is. And that's why they're pushing that agenda. Is pro-life or pro-choice right? I don't know. I haven't decided. What I'm describing is the logic and reasoning behind why they're doing these things. And it's pure racism. The foundation of the concept, now, when I say the foundation of the concept, we're talking about decades ago when this started, not now. Because just like with like social justice warriors, and I like to make sure whichever side of the fence I'm going to pick is the right side. I tend to lean toward pro-choice. My leaning tends to be that way because it should always be the choice of the mother. If I can choose not to have sex to avoid a baby, I should be able to choose to get rid of a baby that I don't want to take care of. Do you really want a baby being born into a world that the parents don't want it? Do you really want that? You want a baby to be born to unwilling parents. That sounds like a good way to give a baby one shitty life. Okay, well, how about the man close his legs? How about that? You notice, they do have birth control for men, but that never gets pushed. It's very one-sided. That discussion is very one-sided. I see the potential for issues with how one-sided that discussion is. And but the point is manspreading. Well, that's the problem. Sex is an enjoyable thing. And the other problem is that it's similar to drug addictions, it's similar to overeating, it's similar to gambling. We have a genetic drive to have sex. We are genetically wired to want it. So having somebody who doesn't want it is genetically unusual. And when you combine that genetic drive with poor economics and a lack of education, well, you end up with a bad situation. See, a person who grows up in a relatively well-to-do family and who is properly educated is going to have a lot less trouble making these kind of decisions. No, I disagree. See, you made the decision, not you personally, Mr. May in the 80s. When I say you, I'm talking about the ones responsible for these things happening. When you destroy our education system, when you enslave 60% of the country in poverty, you got to live with those decisions and the results that come with those decisions. And one of the results that comes from that decision you made is uncontrolled birth rates. I just want to make it clear that I'm not talking about your personal opinion. And I want to make sure everybody else understands I'm not talking about your personal opinion, that we're talking about something very general here. If that thinking were true, nobody would ever reverse disease. I don't understand, Michael. What context is that? It's very, not only is it difficult to talk to people about this kind of stuff, it's because it's not logical. It's very difficult to have a reasoned, logical discussion about this, because this kind of a topic is like religion and politics. It's extraordinarily polarized. And that makes it very hard to discuss. No, thinking you have to live with whatever happens to you is not the same as reaping what you sow. All right. Living with what happens to you is you get struck with lightning and you got to live with that. But if I run a red light and crash, that's not living with what happens to me. That's the consequences of my own decisions. To me, that's a very different thing. Exactly. Animals have drive to procreate. So evolutionarily, we have made sex feel really fucking good. And that makes us want to do it, which makes us procreate and have a higher probability of having children. So the reason sex feels so good is because when sex feels good, you do it more often. And when you do it more often, you increase the probability of having kids. And when you increase the probability of having kids, you increase the number of offspring. So evolution does not want you to have more kids. Evolution wants you to do what feels good. And, well, not even. Your body wants you to do what feels good. And evolution means the more you have, the more you win. And if I feel good doing what makes me win, then that's going to be a stronger trait. Itty bitty printer's working great. I printed these little threads for my adjustment stalk. I also got the 12-volt LEDs finally. I got a 100 string, but I can cut each one individually, and they're 1.8 watts. Well, it's not so much that they're too stupid to understand this. Okay. It's ignorance. And the problem with the word ignorance is that the word ignorance comes with baggage. Okay? I am ignorant of how a carburetor works. That is not a derogatory term. Ignorance just means I don't know. That's all ignorance means. What we actually mean is willful ignorance. And in our society, we have shortened willful ignorance to be just ignorance. So when we say you're ignorant, we don't mean you don't know something. When we say you're ignorant, we are implying that you're willfully ignorant. And that makes it hard to use the word correctly. Because when I say you're ignorant, you think I'm yelling at you or calling you a name or demeaning you. And I'm not. Okay? Most people are ignorant. And that is not their fault. I did not get the greatest high school education I could have. I learned that when I went to college and I found out how behind my high school education was. I got A's and B's. I graduated with a 3.8 GPA. I aced high school. High school was so easy for me that I had certain classes I skipped because the teacher let me do all the work the first couple weeks of the year and then let me go and do whatever I wanted for the rest of the year for that class, as long as I came in for movies, events, and testing. You know, I'd walk by his class and he'd wave me down and say, "Yeah, come in for today." You know, because we were going to do something particular he wanted to do. Otherwise, I just went to drafting and did TSA stuff. Okay, high school was easy for me. Now, it wasn't the greatest education in the world. I could have had better, maybe. I might have been able to get tutoring to make up for the shortfall in my high school education. I definitely had the means. I had the intellectual capability. I simply didn't have the appropriate training. Whose fault is that? Well, it's not my fault. How the hell am I supposed to know? I had no way of figuring out until I went to college and found out what I should have been taught in high school I wasn't. So I can't be at fault. How is my dad at fault? What comparison can he make? My job is this. This is my job. And we all start off as assholes. Remember that, Ben. We all start off as assholes. Assholes is the first thing that forms. It's not Obama's fault. Give me a break. This started 100 years ago. This started before Obama was a sperm in his ancestors' genitals. Okay? This started a long time ago. My dad's not at fault because from his perspective, he lives in one of the most prosperous areas of the state, Levittown, Pennsylvania, the highest millage in the entire state, right outside Philadelphia, lots of wealthy houses around. We were in a good neighborhood. You had Yardley and Council Rock and Morrisville all right there. You know, this is all good areas. And next year they'll be blaming Biden, and then next year whoever replaces Biden, he'll be the one to blame. That's the way we do it. We blame whoever was in office last. Whatever's wrong now, it's their fault. When Trump's in office, it's Obama's fault. When Obama's in office, it's who's before Obama? That was Bush. It's Bush's fault. It's the way it is, the way our society works. And the current guy goes, "Not my fault, it's his fault." My dad couldn't possibly know for many reasons. He chose a fantastic neighborhood. He chose a great part of the country. He chose a wealthy area. The school seemed to be okay by all metrics that he could see. The education I was getting was superior to the education he got. So it's not my dad's fault. He can't possibly know. How could he know? Unless he moved from one place to another and had experience with different schools so that he can go, oh, wait a minute, this is different than that school, and that school did this better than this school, so this school's deficient. Unless he had that experience, how could he know? He can't. So it's not the parents' fault, and it's not the child's fault. It's society's fault. Society, the people who made the decisions to allow the schools to get bad like this, it's their fault. Yes, it is. But there are some basics that I should have been taught in high school that other students in my school were taught that I wasn't. So in many of my, I tested very highly when I went to college, so I got put into some decent classes, and I found out that my knowledge was deficient. So when you went home to class, you did your homework. When I went home from class, I didn't do my homework. I did remedial studying to figure out how to do the homework, and then I did the homework. So it was a little hard for me to catch up in college. I did okay, but it was rough. It was very rough for me. And thankfully, I had the wherewithal and the upbringing to be able to put the work in to do that, but still, it was rough. It's not even about paths to put kids on. Yeah, but a lot of our ideas of right and wrong, good and bad, moral and amoral are taught. And they shouldn't be. Because there are some things that are fundamentally right and wrong. You know, some things are wrong no matter what. But we get taught different. That's why I say ignorant is not stupidity. I mean, do you know what E equals MC squared equals? I mean, do you know what that means? Do you know what Bernoulli's principle of aerodynamics is? Do you understand what that is? Well, because you're ignorant. Ignorant just means I don't know. Now, see, that's not your parents' fault. Why are your parents doing drugs and breaking into stuff? With some parents, it's their fault. With some parents, it's their upbringing. With some parents, it's our society. And the goal of society should be to improve everybody. One of the reasons that our society was so powerful was because we had a universal education system that taught everybody to be intelligent. Well, in the last, 70 years, we've destroyed that education system. Okay, well, when you teach your citizens to be stupid, you shouldn't be surprised when you end up with a country of stupid people. I mean, our schools are monkey training. Well, the problem is college doesn't fix anything if the education you get in school is garbage. That's part of the problem, but that's actually a current problem. That's a very modern issue. That issue with the funding and school education. That's a very modern issue. You know, remember what I'm talking about? I'm not talking about modern stuff. I'm talking about the last 150 years. Because here's the thing that people don't understand. This is very important that you understand this. I need to be careful saying that because apparently those kind of words can really piss people off. So I'm sorry. If you took that to mean anything other than what I intended, I apologize. What I mean is the next thing we're going to discuss is important to me. I got to stretch out my words so that I don't insult people by accidentally saying something that somebody considers to be patronizing. I hope I did. I got to weigh myself. I've been, I'll say it. We get food stamps. We don't, I mean, I make enough money to pay the bills. You know, I don't get unemployment. I don't qualify because I make money. But I make a small enough amount, especially with Michelle, to qualify for food stamps. And it's a godsend because we'd be fucked without food stamps. I have to teach my sister, Michelle, every single time. She's like, well, I bought that. I'm like, no, you didn't. You did not buy that food. The good taxpayers of this state very generously helped you buy that food. Oh, you talk about well, they call it food stamps because, and it's called EBT now, because in the past, it used to be actual stamps. They actually look like stamps, and you would tear off a stamp. They're green. You would actually tear off a stamp, and you would use that to make the purchase. Now it's just I don't even have it in the car. Now it's just a debit card. You just, and but we are absolutely dependent on it. Without it, we'd be so screwed. You know, if my income went up about $300 a month, we'd be okay. But at my level, I have enough to pay the bills and enough to pay my taxes, the car insurance and all that, but not enough for food. And so without that, we'd be screwed. But so because of that, we're able to eat better than I normally would be able to. If I didn't have that, we'd be basically eating pasta and grains every day because that's all I'd be able to afford. But because of it, I'm able to buy things like lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers. You know, I'm able to make salads. I love salads. God, I love salads. They're so good, but they're so expensive. And the thing is, these changes, oh no, we're okay with moderation. Nobody said anything vogue. Nobody has said anything. I can make you a moderator. I trust you. Remember, on this channel, we do not use the hammer lightly. So the only time we use the timeout or ban hammer is when somebody is being genuinely vulgar. You know, if they're being vulgar and like they're not playing, they're just being absolute asses, kick them. If they're being as long as we're PG-13 with a tiny bit of R here and there, we're okay. So the changes we're talking about here, and this is difficult for people to understand. Trolling is okay as long as they're not going stupid with it. Like, I mean, Welfare God, he's a regular viewer and he came on here as a troll. No, it's income based. Basically, if you make less than $16,000 a year, you qualify. Well, if you lose your job, you're poor, right? Until you get your job back. Occasional nudity. We're pretty laxed on here. As long as the YouTube censors aren't going to shut this down, we're pretty okay with it. So here's the thing. This requires explaining humanity a little bit. Don't bad me. Here's the thing. Human beings suck at projection. Yeah, Welfare God started as Troll 007 or something like that. Or was that Lightspeed? It might have been Lightspeed. One of them started as a troll. It's just fine. We're okay with that as long as they're not being stupid. As long as As long as it's mildly PG-13, we're okay. The FCC permits fuck every now and then, so we'll permit fuck every now and then. Human beings suck at projection and long-term planning. One of the reasons some of our wealthy people are wealthy is because they're better at long-range planning. So, one of the reasons GM killed the electric car wasn't because it was losing them money. It wasn't. It was going to make them money. But, no, your name is different. It used to be Troll 007 or something like that, or I'm trying to remember. But, see you later, Mr. Made in the 80s. So the human beings, we can barely plan to next week. Okay, we're made for the here and now. We're made for what's right in front of us. It actually takes some effort for us to plan. That's why we have smart devices and calendars and stuff like that. And yeah, I think that was Lightspeed. So the further out you want to plan, the worse human beings are at that. We're just not good at that. It requires us to stop and actually concentrate and actually think about it. And if you combine that with a shitty education system, forget it. Trying to plan anything beyond the next vacation is just, forget it. It's just not going to work. It's not, for most human beings, that is a difficult thing to do. Wealthy people, one of the things they're good at doing, or one of the things they hire somebody who's good at doing, is long-term planning. GM killed the electric car not because it was going to cost them money, but because it was going to cost them money in 30 years. Because GM looked ahead 30, 40, 50 years, and they realized that just like a good example would be a flashlight. Just like the LED light bulb, just like the LED light bulb that most of us use in our houses now today. I mean, do you guys remember Radio Shack? Oh, the curing box is done. It's fantastic. The only change we made to the curing box was to flip the switch over so it would activate right away when you opened it. No. I'm talking about before the California subsidy stuff. Okay. Do you guys remember the early days of LEDs? Okay. What did a white or a green or a blue LED? I hear a sound. Oh, it's the fan reflecting off the box into my ear. Weird. I remember when I was first getting into LEDs, the holy grail was the white LED. Green and blue were cool too, but the holy grail was the white LED. They were like $10 a piece. One LED, not a cob, which is like 20 LEDs. We're talking about a single white LED, the old classic, 2 pins with a little dome on top LED. A white LED was like $10. If you found a white LED for like $7 or $8, you grabbed 1 or 2 of them because that was so cheap. Oh yeah, they totally sucked. Then, one year, the first year it happened, I don't remember the exact year, I believe the company was named Evergreen. I think it was Evergreen. I think I want to say it was Evergreen. They released a string of Christmas lights that was 35 LEDs. And the string of lights was $39.99. I bought 4 of them. It took me a while. It cost me a lot. But I bought 4 of them. Thomas Edison's a fucking asshole. Fuck Edison. He's a dick. He should be stripped from the history books. He needs to put in the villain book. But Thomas Edison was really an asshole. But Evergreen made this 35 light string for $40, and I think it almost right away went on because he stole most of his ideas and he destroyed people's lives to win. He actually had an inside person at the patent office. When a cool new patent would come in, the person would put the patent aside and call Edison up. He'd come in, make a duplicate patent, and file his first before the other person's got filed so he can claim he invented it. Edison was a fucking dickhead. We we deify him in the history books when in reality he was a hardcore villain. Yeah, he's a Trumper kind of person. Yeah, Edison would definitely be in his category. Edison was a fucking dick. I refuse to call the bulbs I use Edison bulbs. I call them filament bulbs. I will not call them Edison bulbs because he was an asshole. But anyway, it's amazing how much of our history is a fiction. Well, not necessarily a fiction, but not the whole truth. Yeah, they'd be sucking each other off, definitely. He'd be bankrolling Edison, that's for sure. But, yeah, but for the wrong reasons, and yeah. Oh, and what was the guy? Was it Edison who fucked him over, or was it no, it wasn't Edison. It was oh, you can still buy their products today. The name still exists today. The guy who fucked over Nikola Tesla. He said, "Oh, can you fix?" It was a problem that he needed fixing that he couldn't fix, and Tesla fixed it. And when he went to get paid, he's like, "Well, I didn't mean that. I'm not paying you, but thanks for fixing it." Westinghouse, that's it. Westinghouse fucked him over. Yeah, the guys were assholes, man. But this LED string came out, and people thought I was mad for buying a $40 light string. Eventually, they were down to $35. So $35 for a 35 LED light string. And people thought I was nuts. I was like, I can't buy the LED bulbs for $35. Forget about the sockets and the jewels and the fuses and the wire and the plugs. Forget about the orange and the yellow and the red LEDs. I couldn't buy just the green and blue LEDs for $35. They were $8 a piece. You walk into a Radio Shack, a blue or a green LED was $7 or $8. So when I saw a string of them for $35, yeah, you bet your ass I bought that. And the first thing I did was I chopped that fucking string up and took those LEDs out. Because they were so cheap. They were $1 a piece. They were $1 a piece. Within 5 years, we had 100 warm white LED strings for $5. That's 20 cents an LED. You do the math on that. I mean, that's incredible. Now, what is so amazing about this? What does this have to do with GM killing the electric car? It's the same thing. When I come up with a new electric car, I still have to pay a welder to weld it. I still have to pay a machinist to machine it. I still have to pay a mechanic to build it. That's why they automate, because that reduces costs. But there are some parts of it where there's a limited amount of automation you can do. You still need people. You don't need people for this. The raw materials cost nothing. The part of this LED that's raw materials, for all intents and purposes, it's zero. All the cost is labor. So when I don't need labor to make these, and I begin to mass produce them without, like, if I'm making 10 of them at $10 each, well, if those same people can make 100 of them, I can now sell them for $1 each. But if I have 10 people making 10, and in order to increase my production to 100, I need to also increase my people to 100, well, then it costs the same to make 100 as it does to make 10. There's no savings. But something like this that is mass produced by machines, when I go from making 10 of them at $10 a piece to making 100,000 of them, and now my costs are basically the same, Now they cost a penny a piece. So we call this economy of scale. As you scale up production, if your individual costs don't also scale, then your profit or your profit goes up and your cost goes down. So when I mass produce it, I can make it a lot cheaper. That's why buying, in theory, that's why buying a 2-liter bottle is cheaper than buying a 20-ounce bottle. Part of that's convenience factor, but part of that is also economy of scale. The cost difference to the manufacturer between a 20-ounce bottle and a 2-liter bottle, which is 68 ounces, 64 ounces, is basically zero. The only cost difference is the tiny amount of difference in plastic and the tiny amount of difference in water, which is basically zero cost for them relative to all of their other costs. But the same person on the same machine pushing the same buttons can make a 2-liter bottle versus a 20-ounce bottle. So their costs are dramatically lower, therefore they can sell it at a cheaper price per unit volume. Well, that's what happened with LEDs. The problem is no one was truly mass producing these LEDs at the time. They were a small production run product, so they cost a lot of money. But because the economies of scale were so good that when they ramped up production of LEDs, the price dropped to nothing. And now you can buy 100 string. In the UK, you can go to Poundland and buy a 100 white LED string in cool or warm color for £1. That's what, $1.50? That's what economy of scale does. Well, GM realized that economy of scale would eventually apply to electric cars. So the thing that I've been telling people for 20 years, GM realized. Eventually, if we don't hinder it intentionally, eventually you're going to be able to buy a $10,000 car that's electric with a 500-mile range battery that you'll pass down to your kids. That's going to happen eventually because an electric car is solid state. It's like LEDs. It has economy of scale because a gasoline car doesn't, because it has hundreds and hundreds of moving parts, and moving parts do not scale economically the same way. Solid state parts do. Now, if you take away the parts that are common between both, so both cars have 4 wheels, both cars have 4 wheel bearings, both cars have 4 axle studs, both cars have those moving parts. So eliminate those moving parts and just look at the drivetrain of the gas car and the electric car. Your gas car has hundreds of moving parts. Your electric car has 1 moving part. 1. An electric motor. And that electric motor is so goddamn solid, you'd have to destroy it to kill it. The likelihood, now there's of course probabilities. You could buy an electric car and the motor could die tomorrow. That could happen. But probability-wise, speaking of probabilities, the likelihood of your electric motor in your car ever dying is basically 0. This motor, sure, that could die, but this motor is 1 inch across. It's a little tiny, cheap little motor. It won't take much stress to kill this motor. The electric motor in my car would put a strain on this table. The electric motor in my car, the cooling system has benefits too. My car doesn't even have a cooling system. It's air cooled, which is why the battery doesn't last. That's because it's new. Well, the problem is, as long as the battery lasts longer than your normal gasoline car does, it's equitable. So that's 10 years. Your typical lifespan of a gasoline car is 10 years. Are there cars that last longer? Yes. But your no, I will never touch pot. I come from a family that apparently is genetically predisposed to addiction, so I won't touch that kind of stuff. We have 3 family members with drug problems, so I won't touch drugs. I have to take care of Michelle. And if I were to ever fuck my life up, it would fuck her life up. Exactly! Now, here's the thing. Even at the time, forget about the long distance planning. Even at the time, GM realized they have a problem. Yeah, but we're talking about averages. We're not talking about individual examples. We're talking about averages. And typically, you know, production to scrapyard, the lifespan of a car is 10 years. That's typical. Most cars don't last from 73 to now. Now, here's something that people, I don't know what it is today. We're talking about the year 2000 here, okay? So this is 20 years ago. 20 years ago, 54% of a car automaker's profit came from after they sold you the car. It came from interest rates. It came from warranties, labor, maintenance, parts. All right? The vast majority of that disappears with electric cars. My first electric car was a 2012 Nissan Leaf. Keep in mind, that's the cheapest available electric car there is for the most part. You know, it's not the greatest electric car, and it's already that good. With the exception of a window motor failing on the driver's door, it was starting to get squeaky, which has nothing to do with the electric drivetrain. If it was a gas car, it'd be the same thing. And the OBC failing right before the warranty expired. Thank God, because that's an $1,800 part. The onboard charger. Most people won't realize that the plug you plug into an electric car isn't a charger. It's a power supply. The charger is actually built into the car. And then the charger and the power supply negotiate and make sure they're compatible, and then the power supply just feeds it power. It's called an EVSE, Electric Vehicle Supply Equipment. So, in the 65,000 miles, not counting the OBC, which is an unusual failure, it is extremely uncommon for that component to fail. The dealer told me, everybody else told me, it's very rare for that part to fail. It was a fluke. In the 65,000 miles I put on that car, and they were hard miles. I was driving 130 miles round trip to New Jersey and back, and I was delivering pizza full time. I bought the car for pizza delivery and for my drive to work, because I was spending $500 a month in gas. Okay, the car payment was $335. The increased cost of insurance was $70. That's $405. The car was putting $120 a month in my pocket. So that's the only reason I could even afford that car, is I was able to replace the my $520 a month gas bill with my $400 a month car payment insurance. So that's the only reason I could even afford that car. In the 65,000 miles I owned that car, then I got rear-ended and the insurance company totaled it. In the 65,000 miles I've owned that car, I'd never had to put one dime into maintenance in that car. Not a dime. The only thing I ever replaced on that car was tires, wipers, and washer fluid. That's it. I had a 1988 Jeep Cherokee that I sold running to a farmer with 497,000 miles on it. Thanks, welfare God. It had 497,000 miles on it when I sold it. And it still ran. The guy actually came out of the house. I called him up, I said, I'm here. I texted him. I said, I'm here. He actually came. He texted me back, what do you mean you're here? And he comes out of his house, and here I am driving up. No, that brakes work fine. I drove it up to his house. It's like, I thought you were joking when you said it still ran. And I was like, no, it runs fine. Just, it's got a bad battery. You know, it's not going to restart. You'll have to jump it until you replace the battery. I was like, but yeah, it runs fine. He thought I was joking because it had so many miles on it. I stopped driving it because I couldn't afford it. At the time, I was driving my Geo Metro because I was driving, you know, I'm driving 50,000+ miles a year. I'm pulling trucker mileage. Just pizza delivery and freaking driving back and forth to work. You know, we were driving back and forth to work every single day. That's 130, 140 miles, 6 days a week. that mileage adds up fast. And I just couldn't afford to drive the 23 miles per gallon I was getting on the Cherokee anymore. You know, I needed much better fuel economy to be affordable. And but you know, cars do last that long, but it's not common. Statistically, 9.99 years. It's actually gone up. It used to be like 9.2 years. You know, people are keeping cars longer. So when this person keeps the car for 3 years and this person keeps the car for 15 years, you know, it shifts the average. But as long as the battery can last longer than its cost in gasoline, it makes sense. The problem is it's a big spot expense. For example, I would never replace the battery in my Nissan Leaf because, you know, it would cost me $6,000 or $7,000 to replace the battery in a car that's only worth $6,000 or $7,000. And what if something else that I can't afford to fix dies in that car after I just spent $6,000 on a battery? So for now, we don't really do that. Yeah, it's called Who Killed the Electric Car? So now these cars, these EV1s, they were not sold. They were only leased because each car costs $80,000 to make. And people like making a big deal about the fact that these cars cost $80,000 each. And that just makes me want to laugh. I was like, that one-off car that Ford or Chevy or Mercedes, the one-off, the hand-built one-off prototype that the car manufacturer brings to a car show, what do you think that cost them? It probably cost them $200,000 to make that car. So how can they sell it for $60,000? Because the production car is not going to be handmade. It's going to be produced. Every single one of the EV1s made was handmade. Every single one was a handmade prototype. And they already had the price down to $80,000. Handmade prototypes. And the electric car was so much cheaper, it was already only $80,000. And GM went, fuck. What's it going to cost to mass produce this thing? Like nothing. Now, at the time, the first version of the car had lead-acid batteries in it, which sucked. But Ovonix was working on the battery that was made for the car. It was a nickel metal hydride battery. And I wish that battery made it to production. But GM was smart, and they made sure they killed that battery because they realized the magic of the EV1 wasn't the car. It was the battery. The Ovonix GM EV1 battery, the nickel metal hydride battery, was rated to an SOC of 80% at 250,000 miles. That was the requirement that GM had. And the battery was $2,500. Yeah, $2,500. That was going to be the retail cost to GM for the battery. Because GM said it needs to last as long as an engine, and it needs to cost the same as an engine to replace. And Ovonix got the battery down to $2,500 in predicted production cost, and an SOC, which was actually tested, by the way. Toyota tested it. Before they would trust it in their Prius, they tested it. And it met the requirements. The SOC, the state of charge, batteries degrade over time. So every time you use this battery, it becomes a little smaller. Okay? And over time, the battery becomes smaller. So we call it SOC, state of charge. You know, how much charge is the battery holding compared to when it was new. Well, this battery was rated at 80%, 250,000 miles. That means after using it to drive 250,000 miles, it would still hold at least 80% of its original charge. Toyota tested one to like, what was it, 300,000 miles? Almost no degradation in the battery. Okay, so the battery was going to be long-lived. The range wasn't that great. You know, the Toyota RAV4 EV, which used the Ovonix battery, the original RAV4 EV, they're still driving today on original batteries. 20 years, and they're still driving around on original batteries. Not all of them, of course, but some of them are still driving around on original batteries, and they're still getting 90 miles on a charge. We killed that battery on purpose, intentionally. GM bought controlling share of Ovonics so that they can own the patent. They then sold that patent to Texaco, who they knew was going under and was going to be bought by Chevron. And Chevron promptly buried it. They said that they would not produce the battery except for an automotive scale production, meaning they'd make it if you were an automaker and you wanted to buy automaker level quantity. And of course, no automaker wanted to make an electric car. So they intentionally killed that battery and buried it. The guy who invented it fought for many years, but he eventually won back the patent, but it was too late. Lithium ion came out by then, so it was too late by then. But we could have had a 20-year jumpstart on electric cars. We would have electric infrastructure everywhere. We would already be past all this nascent lithium ion stuff already. You know, we would be 20 years more advanced in electric cars had it not been for GM killing the electric car intentionally and on purpose. And to rub salt in the wound, they converted the plant that was making the EV1 into a Hummer plant, making Hummers. And the government was complicit on it. The government helped GM kill the electric car because the government wanted to help GM keep making profits, car makers keep making profits, because they have a tax credit. So if I, as a commercial company, have to buy, like U-Haul, and I have to buy U-Haul trucks to use for my business, there's a tax credit available to help me buy U-Haul trucks. You know, probably not for somebody like U-Haul, but like a flower shop who has to buy a fleet of trucks, you know, a florist or something like that, to help businesses. Well, they put a loophole in that law that allowed it to apply to regular cars, and any self-employed person, any person with their own business could write it off. And Hummers and big Suburbans and stuff like that were all, the reason they're over 6,000 pounds is because that fits them into that tax loophole. So the reason you saw so many Hummers driving around in the early 2000s was because they were free. When you make when you make millions of dollars to the point where you owe $100,000 in income tax, and you find out, well, I could spend $100,000 to buy that Hummer, and then I'll get a $100,000 rebate on my taxes. You literally got a free Hummer. That's why you saw dentists with Hummers and, you know, chiropractors with Hummers, because they're a business, they're a dentist, they're a chiropractor. And this loophole allowed them to write off the Hummer as a tax write-off, effectively giving them a free Hummer, which is why all these big trucks became super popular and the electric cars just died away. That was borderline a conspiracy, except it wasn't. They didn't hide any of this. This was all out in the open and public. People just didn't see it. Yeah, seriously, I'd take a free Hummer. Both kinds. But that's why GM killed it, because one of the conditions of leasing EV1 is you had to bring the car back to them for regular maintenance checkups, because they didn't know. They had no idea. How long would these cars last? What kind of maintenance would these cars require? There you go. Sit there. And well, they started to see a pretty noticeable trend when the EV1s came in for maintenance. You know, they kept seeing the same thing. You know, replace wiper blade, nothing to repair. You know, change the tire, nothing to repair. Rotated tires, nothing to repair. You know, the cars never needed any maintenance. Why? Because there's no moving parts. Most maintenance comes from moving parts, because moving parts wear. So the more moving parts you have, the more maintenance you have. On top of that, there's side effects. Okay? The hydrocarbons and heat and vibrations of an internal combustion engine also degrade the parts around it. How many times have you looked at an old car and the wiring is falling apart? Yeah, we might do a giveaway at 17,000. That might be something to do. How many times have you seen cracked wiring and stuff like that in a car because the heat, destroys it? How many times have things come loose or worn because what is an engine doing? Well, the engine's running. So that means your whole car is going the whole time it's running. You don't feel it because there's motor mounts that isolate some of that vibration. You're isolated from inside the car. But your whole engine bay is actually going at whatever frequency that engine's vibrating. And those vibrations degrade all of those parts. The hydrocarbons being released, all the soot and the carbon and the oil being released and covering everything inside your engine compartment, that degrades parts. The one thing I noticed when I brought my electric car home the first day, it was the feature that I now consider to be the most valuable feature of an electric car, besides the gas stations as I drive by. It's the one I didn't notice until I actually drove the car home. I came up to the toll booth on the turnpike, and when I rolled up like the engine was off. If you ever turned your engine off because you ran out of gas or whatever, and you coasted for that last few feet, and all you hear is the crunch, crunch, crunch of the tires rolling over stuff. That's what the electric car sounded like. It was silence. The car was so quiet, it was almost eerie. And it was extremely pleasurable to not have all that noise. You don't realize how much that noise bothers you until it's not there anymore. And then you realize how nice it is to drive a car that quiet. When I pull away in my Leaf, it actually makes a noise. You hear the sound as I pull away in the electric car. That's artificial. There's a speaker under the hood that makes that noise. And because you can hear it when you hit a certain speed, it turns off like that. That noise only happens at low speed, so that when I'm rolling around the parking lot, people can hear me. Because let me tell you, I can sneak up on almost anything. Probably, I don't know, but I know my car has something in there that's making a noise. It's a device that actually makes a noise. It's very subtle. You notice it, but it's not like in your face. But it's enough that you know something's there. And but that's why it's there, so that people can hear you. Put it this way, when you can sneak up on dogs and squirrels, you're pretty quiet. Yeah, just about. On top of that, the car's hermetically sealed. There's like triple seals around all the doors, so even the outside noise is basically gone. It's a safety device, exactly. And by the way, people who say that electric cars are dangerous because they don't make noise are full of shit. Those are the kind of Karens that, their stupid asses step into a street without looking both ways, get whacked by a car. They want to sue somebody, but it's their dumb ass who stepped in front of the car. But then they go, oh, wait, this is one of those quiet electric cars. I'll just say I didn't hear the car. Because I don't know about you, but if a Lincoln Town Car or a Rolls Royce or a Bentley pulls up to that stop, they're just as quiet as the electric car. Yeah, isn't it crazy how quiet it is? It's nice. It's really nice. But now you have a car that has no vibrations. Less wear and tear, less maintenance. You have a car that has no oil to spill around. So there's no oil spraying all over your parts. Less wear and tear, less maintenance. And you also have a car. Yeah. But you also have a car that has no moving parts. Or almost no moving parts. It's got the four wheels and it's got the electric motor. That's it. While your gas car, engine and transmission, has hundreds of moving parts. My car doesn't even have a transmission. There is no transmission. It's not direct drive, though. I have a gear reduction. There's a gear reduction unit. It's a fixed gear reduction unit. That's because the car turns like 94,000, or, no, not that much. What was it? Turns like, what was it, 9,000 RPM or something like that at 90 miles an hour. Yeah, if you have on-street parking, that's very hard. But once you have 500-mile range and 10-minute recharges, it won't be a problem. You'll just stop at a gas station like everybody else does. It'll happen eventually. But that's why GM killed the electric car. because they realize that 54% of their profit comes from after they sell you a car in interest, in labor, in warranty, in parts, in service, in maintenance. And now they realize here's a car that's almost never going to need maintenance, that is ultimately in decades going to be very, very cheap, which means you're not going to get much interest, and it doesn't require much labor, and it, you're losing out on half of your profit. So they had a legitimate business reason to not want to make electric cars. And, well, they had a vested interest, even though not legitimate, in preventing anybody else from making electric cars. Actually, at the time, the oil industry didn't care. They had no say in the matter. But GM realized that they do care. That's why they sold the patent to Texaco, which they knew that Chevron was going to be buying Texaco, and Chevron would definitely bury it. So, yeah, that was a borderline conspiracy. Well, the part about selling it to Texaco to get it to Chevron, to bury it, I would call that conspiracy. I would say, even if unintentionally, they conspired together to kill that battery. The whole purpose was to make sure it wasn't good enough to stop making electric cars. That wasn't good enough. Because if Ford started making electric cars, then GM would also have to make electric cars to compete. So it wasn't enough to stop them from making electric cars. They had to stop anybody else from making electric cars too. That's why they had to kill the battery. Because Ovonix had a controlling patent. Just like 3D printing. It's the same as 3D printing. They had a controlling patent, meaning it was a patent that would prevent you from making something similar. So nobody could make a viable electric car until Tesla decided to go with off-the-shelf lithium-ion batteries and make that work. And I think they were originally hindered by a patent too. I think that's why they had to use individual cells. I think that's why they couldn't do a large traction pack. I think that didn't come till later. I'm not sure why. It might have been a cost thing. It might have been a patent thing. But until Tesla came along and started making lithium-ion powered electric cars, the electric car was dead. And it was thanks to GM. So Tesla had to take the opposite path. They had to make, the battery was $50,000. Well, you can't sell a $40,000 car with a $50,000 battery in it. But you can sell a $100,000 car with a $50,000 battery in it. So they started at the opposite end. They made high-performance sports car. The original Tesla Roadster was actually a glider of the Lotus Elise. I think it was the Lotus Elise. I think that's what the original Tesla Roadster was. And so they started with a high-end car so they could sell it for a high-end price. And they used the profits that they made doing that to advance their technology and bring down the cost. That's why the next car was cheaper and the next car was cheaper. As they sold more and more cars, they had the infrastructure and the finances to make a much cheaper car after that. Sadly, a Tesla is still a rich person's car. Even a Tesla Model 3 at $40,000 is beyond the scope of the average person. 60% of the country lives, or 78% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck, and 60% of the country lives in poverty. So, 60% of the country can't afford a Tesla. Even though that 60% is the portion of the country that could most benefit from a Tesla. And of course, the government wants to ruin it by switching to a charging you per mile tax for road tax. Talk about a fuck you to all the poor people in the country. Still too expensive. 27 to 30K is still beyond the means of half of the country. And a per mile road tax is going to fuck over all the poorest people in the country. Because one common thing, exactly, one common thing that poor people have is they drive more. A poor person, on average, drives more than a rich person. Because a rich person doesn't have to. A rich person, has their own business. Or a rich person can live in the city where their business is. While the poor person has to live somewhere else because they can't afford to live where their work is. So by and large, not everybody of course, but for the most part, poor people tend to drive more miles than rich people. And, they'll find a way of screwing you. They'll find a way. Especially with these modern cars where you can't really fuck with the odometer. Like I can't even break it, so it stops reporting a number because it's all internal. They plug into the computer, and even if my display doesn't show anything, it's still recording the mileage on the computer inside. So the only way I could do that would be to disable the wheel sensor. I would have to disable the speed sensor somehow. You know, however it's detecting the speed, but sometimes it's not even a speed sensor. You know, it's not like the cars with the transmission. The odometer was actually separate from the speedometer. Well, if the rich person's getting someone to drive them around, they're paying for it in the cost of driving them around. And why I can't on my car. You know, it's like the problem is not one of gas versus electric. I'm still paying tax. I'm just paying it to the electric company instead of the gas company. The problem is you're also fucking over any benefit to buying a cheaper car. You know, one of the reasons people buy cheaper cars is because they have better fuel economy. Well, now the person driving the Geo Metro that gets 60 miles per gallon is going to pay the same tax as the person driving the $100,000 Bentley that gets 12 miles per gallon. Yeah. Way to say fuck you to the person in poverty. The only way a mileage tax would make sense is if you made anybody below a certain income threshold exempt from it. That's the only way it would make sense. And of course they won't do that because that's 60% of the country. But what are you gonna do? Eat them. That's my solution. Fucking eat them. Nothing wrong with that. Put some stepper dampers on it. It'll quiet it right up. I eat people. Just remember that. Oh, the Jayo company also has the filament dryer. I got that link down below too. So it would work. The ETP protocol would work. It'd be weird, but it would work. Like this. It's a titanium pen. Like it's actually made of titanium. $90. That's what you'd have to pay to get that pen. $90. But that's a chunk of machine titanium. I just thought that was cool. Thank God I didn't have to pay for it. Because I would never buy a $90 pen. Oh my God, that's insane. Alrighty, guys. It's 4:15. I'm gonna scat. Final impressions on the Jayo box. I'm impressed. For $36, they did a good job. Yes, it's a rebrand of the Sunblue dryer. Exactly the same thing. And using the external off-the-shelf controller was not only a great idea, but it kept the cost down. I mean, $36. And you saw how quickly it went together. I got lucky the first time, but I should have started putting the bands in as I was building it. I would actually suggest building it from the side. So build one side first, and then the other side just drops in. And although if you put the bands in as you build it, it's going to hold itself together. The only issue we have at this price point, oh, God damn, I keep yawning, is the switch, in my opinion, was upside down because the switch allowed you to open the drawer this much with the light still on, which is going to encourage both kids and pets to play with this. Cats are... cats are fascinated by blue lights. And thank you, Alan and Daryl. And DeWitt. But they also like things that move. So, and this will destroy your eyes. It is harmful enough to hurt your eyes, so you want to be careful of that. All we did was take the switch off and flip it over. So instead of the pushy tab being at the bottom, the pushy tab was now at the top. And we were able to adjust it so it turns off right away. You can't even open this a half an inch without the switch triggering. So that works perfectly, no problem there. Maybe they're supposed to be flipped over upside down. I got a bad one, I don't know. But in general, works great. 12 watts, takes 12 volts, 1 amp power supply. It rotates, it works great. I have no issues with it. Looks nice. It's a very elegant design. It looks pretty. Simple, classy, white. Very simplistic. The silicone O-rings holding it together, fantastic. No brackets, no screws, no nuts. You just slap those O-rings on there and they should last the life of the product. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. They're not being overstretched, just tight enough to hold everything together. It's rigid. It doesn't tend to want to come apart. Good job. I'd like to see a Pro version. Build the controller into the front, magnet to hold the top shut, 3 LEDs on the top and on the bottom to help light up top and bottom as it's curing. Maybe a small, super quiet, slow fan to circulate a little bit of air in there to make sure the part is fully dry. Otherwise, I'm pretty pleased. And a bigger version for bigger models. But for 36 bucks, it's hard to argue with. Even if you already have a wash cure station, it's nice to have a dedicated cure station so you can keep your wash station as a dedicated wash station. My preferred setup is 2 wash, 1 cure. So I have 1 wash station, I have a second wash station, and then I have the curing station. By doing a wash, cure, you get a better wash on the second station because that's mostly pure IPA. That takes a whole lot longer to contaminate because you did most of it in the first wash station. And when you finally contaminate it too much, you just move it and it becomes your first wash station, and then a fresh batch becomes your second wash station. So in that kind of a configuration, I'd have 2 wash stations with just wash, don't even use the curing function, and then use something like this as the curing station. That worked pretty well. I will see you guys next week. I'm going to try to get the video done for how I made this, because I made this all in Tinkercad. I want to experiment with scaling it a little bit first, so tonight and tomorrow I'm going to try to print skinnier ones and see how well they work. And I also want to print a fatter one and see how much torture it can take. Like, I want to print one like this big, but only this tall, so I can try standing on it and see how strong it is. I bet you this will hold my weight. I bet you this will hold 500-600 pounds, no problem. Because, I mean, you'd have a pretty tough time stripping that. But that's it. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great week. Thank you very much to the people who support me. Thank you very much to the people who support me on Patreon, including my new patron this month. Without you guys, I wouldn't be here. I'd be probably delivering pizza for Domino's. I'd probably make a little more delivering pizza for Domino's, but that's only because right now this is not doing very well. But it'll get better. It will get better. And don't forget, if you shop on Amazon, Nerisse.com, click that Amazon link. Everything you buy for the next 24 hours, unless you click on somebody else's link, I'll get credit for. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. And I have a influencer page on Amazon, amazon.com/shop/Nerisse. There's a link there. I have a whole bunch of different category of neat stuff that I find, including a new category I just made for puzzles that I think are cool, and also a new category for USB-C gadgets. So that entire category is everything that can be plugged in with USB-C, which is really cool. So I will see you guys later.